the other creepypasta. Like so, it was forgotten, then remembered. Like, oh my gosh! So, oh fuck! What did I click? What did I click on? Go back.
It's a small comfort that we're.
There we go. Yeah, Hatman nightmares and sleep paralysis are happening around the world. There's a story by Quartz or story. This is a video by Quartz. So this is like a mini documentary, like mini documentary.
Around.
I'm gonna be listening.
All around the world.
Oh my god! See, thank you. That's what I strive to. You know, giving like different sources. Maybe that aren't just between Spanish and English speaking worlds, right? Because at the end of the day, we're in a world. We live in a society. We live in the world. No, like you all understand why, right? Different perspectives, all shaping us. I gotta throw away. Oh shit! Hopefully it didn't break my mic. Hello, no. I was gonna say no. I don't even know where I was gonna go. What was I saying before I did that to my mic? Oh yeah, I was gonna throw away all my cereal boxes. It's like the last thing I need to throw. Okay. I throw out of my room because I was cleaning a little bit. There we go. So the switch is ready, hopefully. For a second, I thought I saw smoke, but it was probably just dust.
People are experiencing the same terrifying vision in their sleep.
It was just a black silhouette, completely black. I couldn't make out any features.
I never saw a face or eyes, but just this dark outline of a man.
Who's the hat man?
A tall man with some type of a brim cap.
There was three of them for me, and the one in the middle was always the guy in the middle.
Yeah. And here is where the stories begin. So I'm gonna tell you too. So when I was younger, what was I gonna say? I always remember, and this guy, this is a random story, right? The first one's a random story, but similar. It was weird because this guy had like mob attire, where he had a fedora on. Now when I was younger, I would see this guy come into my room. He was huge, and I mean huge. Like I would describe him as obese. Like you know the depictions of like in American cartoons of like the fat man that's rich and carries the bag of money. Just imagine the stomach, but this guy with like a little bit darker skin. And what was I gonna say? When I was younger, I would see this guy all the time in my house. Nobody else would see this guy, and for whatever reason, when I was younger too, somehow like I would imagine him not even cartoony, but like just like actual. Like, imagine like a human person that was like that. Like how I described it with a big stomach. You know, like darker, not darker skin, not like I'm not saying like black or anything like that. I'm saying like it was more like like not tan. It's not tan. It's not brown. But like I said, it's not black. It was a weird like skin tone to have. I almost describe it as perfectly because like tan is like almost orange. Imagine like a tamer perfect tan, right? And the point is that this guy had like a black blazer, right? With like little white stripes going down. And he had like a white button up shirt, right? He had the regular pants, and that's why I'm saying he looks like he was in the mob or something, right? And the point is that he would always fit through the rooms, somehow, despite him being bigger than the door frame and wider than the door frame. And I would always see him like cartoony, and it was almost as if like the world was kind of sorting he would come into the rooms and I would see him, and it would freak the fuck out of me because after he did that, he would try to like strangle me, and it's not me like, like it's not me saying, "Oh my god, guys, I actually have trauma and blah 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 blah. This happened and now I had it as that." No, it was weird. It was like the weirdest moment and vivid moments of a memory that like weird. I don't even know, borderline psychological event happening. But yeah, now this happened until like not happened. Rather, it was a moment in time where it was common for me to see this thing. I say thing, but pretty much looks like a person, right? Come in, and his hat was just like a fedora, right? Not like brimmed like that. And the point is that until like 2011 was the last time I saw it. That's it. It's scary. I say thing because like I don't know if it was like a demon or a ghost, right? Because definitely giving it the name of a human is not the way to go, right? So yeah, that's one of my stories, right? The second story is that my sister, when she used to, I guess like because like she came from Mexico and came to live with us for a moment in time. She had my nephew, right? She barely had my nephew, maybe for like it was like 6 months, 7 months in. I remember my seventh grade. Was it seventh grade? When did I have? Yeah, I think seventh grade. It was the summer after seventh grade. I had this I basically had dissected a cow eye, right? And I got its lens and put it into some water. And I was like, oh cool, this is a nice trophy, right? And the line is I hung this glove on the basically on a wall near the picture of the Virgin Mary, right? It's kind of like as a joke, but also because like I was like I gotta hang this on the wall, right? And that was the only place I could hang it because I didn't want to hang it in my room. That was in the sala, so that was in the room, right? Where I hung it. And the point is that one day my sister just wakes up randomly and here's my nephew crying, and she looks to the corner of the room, the sala. Keep in mind, the sala. Basically imagine a box like this, kind of like this. It's more like I mean, this I have paper here, anyways. This is the room. Imagine it being mirrored for you guys. Uh so like by that I mean like this is the right side of the room. This is the left side of the room. This is the left side of the room, right? When you're entering by the door being right there in that little line I drew up there, right? And the little circular arc area is where the shadow people were at. That's the bed. Basically, my sister woke up in the middle of the night to my nephew crying. My nephew was just randomly crying. She she and I know that my nephew would never cry. He was just like a weird baby. One day he wakes up and starts crying. And basically, the story is that she gets scared because she sees three shadow people. She just describes them as three beings. She says that she sees them by their bedside at first, right? Then they move over to the very far left side of the room in an instant. And she says she gets so scared. And then she starts praying. And then she thinks she sees holy water. And that's where my experiment comes into play, right? Because she says that she pops the little glove because they put the kawaii in a glove. And the fluid, she thinks it's holy water and starts praying to God and the Virgin Mary. And it's funny as hell, right? Because like she basically tells herself in um, you know, cow fluids. And in a way, it's like almost symbolic of what like three represents, at least in the sense of like religion, right? Where you're basically mocking the Holy Trinity, right? where my sister was praying to God, but she kind of like doused herself in like cow fluids. You know what I mean? That's almost like pagan. It's kind of weird in that sense, right? But what was I gonna say? And like odd is what I want to say. But the point is that seeing threes when it comes to like shadow people is also common. In that case, my sister saw that. I've never seen stuff like that. I swear. You know. I hope not to.
It was obviously the boss.
У них
Yeah.
лидер мужчина в шляпе цилиндре. Они меня пугали, утаскивали душу на ночь.
Yeah.
Tenía un pánico, digamos, pero no me podía mover.
When your heart is beating, you know.
Yeah. So what was I gonna say? You know, they say that people in clinical settings see shadow people before they pass away, or even hands grabbing at them before they pass on, right? And you know that's scary and sad, which is why some nurses and some doctors also just like for the reason that it makes sense to, right, advise loved ones to stay by their dying loved ones, right? So basically, family members to stay by their dying loved ones, basically, because in order to kind of like prevent weird shit like this from happening, right? Because the last thing you want to hear is that your mother or something died pointing at the wall saying she sees a black shadow, right? That's not what you want to hear ever, right? And it's sad, but it happens sometimes.
Think you're gonna die.
Yeah. Oh,
Why
that
are
scared me.
people everywhere having the same nightmare?
Hmm?
I'm Corinne Pertil. This is Quartz. Subscribe to our channel for more videos. The vision is virtually the same everywhere. I collected accounts from forums, chat rooms, books, and interviews, and noticed a few common themes. He is dark. He is featureless. He wears a hat. And when people see him, they feel paralyzed, unable to speak, a crushing sense of breathlessness, like something evil is pressing on their chests. And when they're finally able to move, he's gone.
I haven't seen him in years, but I fear him. You know, yeah, I do.
There's a whole game on this phenomenon.
I wanted to speak to someone who could make sense of all of this.
I think it is a real challenge for the kind of
Phrenology?
scientific explanations to explain why some of these themes seem to crop up time and time again.
Chris
What's
is a
this guy?
psychologist who
Oh,
studies
okay, good.
paranormal experiences. He says people who see things like the Hat Man aren't crazy or lying.
No.
That fear.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing too. I wanted to mention is that basically when people okay, so there's me mocking all this stuff, right? Saying ghosts don't exist, and then there's another part of me that's like, man, am I being a fucking asshole? Because to certain people conveying these stories, like my sister who told me that she saw 3 people, right? They definitely saw 3 people, right? Who am I to deny them of that? Because that was their truth, right? And is the truth as far as I am concerned, right? But I guess when it comes to like stuff with like online forums, is where like I'm like, oh yeah, all this stuff can be like easily made up, because there it's harder to kind of like have credibility, right? And so where they're gonna go at, and it's the truth, right? Is that these events, when people say they see an alien, when people say they see a ghost, when people say they're unable to move, when people say they feel something, it is undoubtedly true, unless they're like pathological liars or something like that. But that's besides the point.
But the explanation has a lot more to do with culture than ghosts.
Yeah.
If you look at the way it's interpreted across different cultures, that's absolutely fascinating because you've got the same core experience, but it's kind of got this cultural overlay.
Bueno, aunque la gente me dice que eso es algo, dice que es natural de un trastorno del sueño y toda esa cosa, pero otra cosa es que uno lo viva, lo sienta, porque para mí eso es algo espiritual, digamos.
Demonic, demoniaco.
This nightmarish figure has inspired art and myths across cultures and history. In Assyria and Babylon, an evil spirit was said to leap upon unsuspecting victims as they slept. In ancient Greece, a doctor wrote of a demon that visited his patients at night and pressed upon their chests. Similar specters appear in folktales told from the Arctic to Japan to Newfoundland. And for most of history, no one knew why. By the late 20th century, the science of sleep evolved to offer another explanation.
Yeah.
It's called sleep paralysis.
And it's true. I've experienced it.
In a state
Here's the thing. I know I've experienced it because when I was young, before like, you know, really like understanding stuff and like grammar and stuff in English and why I needed to speak English, it was my first experience was first grade. I never talked to anybody. I never told anybody. My mom never told me, oh, tuve un ataque de sueño or something weird like that. That's not even how you say sleep paralysis, but you know what I mean?
Where you're awake, but the only thing you can do is move your eyes.
I've had that happen to me since very young.
Avedon is the director of the Sleep Disorders Center at UCLA. He says we're always paralyzed while we dream.
Yeah.
That's normal. But when the brain wakes up before the body does, that's sleep paralysis.
You cannot scream, you cannot talk.
In fact, a lot of people experience sleep paralysis. And it can come with terrifying visions. Sleep scientists have a specific term for this.
One unique parasomnia is called terrifying hypnagogic hallucinations.
And it's specific to everybody. It's different.
The patient wakes up and they start seeing images of other people who are trying to hurt them.
But even Avedon says he doesn't understand why all those hallucinations are so similar.
Yeah.
It's fascinating in that you take individuals across different geographic entities and yet the dreams seem to be similar. Why does
The
it
geographic
happen? Why
entities.
are the dreams not pleasant?
Chris,
Yeah, no, he's right. He's asking all the right questions. Why aren't they pleasant?
Paralysis visions are shaped by cultural influences.
Okay, don't. This is not like me being weird. But why am I not dreaming about something more? I don't know, pleasing, right?
Even be consciously aware of. For example,
No, I can't say. I don't want to say what I was thinking. I really don't.
Associate with horror.
Who the hell is that?
Oh.
The Hat Man. When I sat and thought about it, the thing that came to my mind was
Yeah, Freddy
Freddy
Krueger.
Krueger and the kind of Nightmare on Elm Street films were actually directly inspired by sleep paralysis. This notion that you can be attacked when you're asleep, that's when you're vulnerable.
Yeah.
And of course, Krueger wears a hat.
Yeah.
There's still no definitive answer for why some people see these shadowy visitors.
But that's not a
But
reason
those
though,
who
because
do
like you know, it's
have
cross
been stuck in
geography,
them
right?
forever.
Not every geography is like, oh, that movie was the best. Because the dubs are what makes or break them.
And re-experience the hallucination during wakefulness, during the day, and begin to imagine positive emotions or associate positive emotions with that image.
In truth, there is no stranger lurking in the corners of our rooms at night. The Hat Man is only in our minds, and that may be even scarier.
Yeah. Because how can we convey something in what do you call it? You know, sometimes it just is hard to like you know express how you feel, what you see, how describe something, right? And that's what makes it scary, right? Because what's specific to us is specific to us and nobody else, maybe. Yeah. Now we're gonna go to Ouija board bullshit because like the rest of the night I'm gonna spend playing Splatoon. Not the scariest game. Yeah, I mean, what's better if I play Pokemon or Splatoon? Because like I'm like done, you know. I'm like burnt out of explaining all these scary content. Not even explaining, just speaking on behalf of. Oh yeah, this happens. Oh yeah, that happens, right? When it comes to like all these concepts, it's like from here on out, after this Zozo one, I very much do think we are just gonna play Splatoon or some other game, right? With scary stories in the background. Hold up, I need to go to the restroom. I'll be back right now. I kid you not, I heard something like slide, like a paper or something fall down, like a. I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't like that. It doesn't sound anything like that. Like it's like a plate a paper. Oh my god, I keep on saying paper. It's just like a paper sliding. Let me check if it's still raining. Shit. I'm just kidding. It's awesome. The other day there was lightning though, and that was amazing. That's why I streamed for so long because I was so excited. It's been a while since it thundered, or by thundered, you know what I mean, right? It was lightning, or a thunderstorm, right?
Zozo, my favorite Ouija board possessing internet icon.
Yeah.
I know in the past we've taken a look at many demons in one
scary
video,
story
but
stuff.
today I want to take a closer look at one in
Ouija boards again.
particular. We'll be able to delve a little bit deeper into the backstory and get a better idea of how Zozo came to be. We'll also be able to look at some strategies for dealing with this demon on your own. Gotta make sure you folks are playing safe out there. Hello, horror heads, and welcome back to the scariest channel on YouTube, Top 5 Scary Videos. I'm your horror host, Keegan Hughes, and today we're going to dive right into some demon lore with the top 5 Demon Zozo facts that will haunt you. Never heard of Demon Zozo? Well, you've come to the right place. This video will serve as a crash course for all things Ouija Demon. Before we begin, would you kindly allocate a like to the thumbs up button below and subscribe if you want to see more paranormal activity. Roll the clip.
Jesus, no.
I don't see anything. Guys, I think we should get out of here.
That clip was from 2014's Ouija and provides us with an example of what can happen if we play with these coffin communicators. Zozo didn't show up in this case, but he very well could if you try. Let's get started. Coming in at number 5, harassment via Ouija board. Demon Zozo is one of the more famous Ouija board.
Thank you so much. It's a very old demon apparently. Blah 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 blah. They don't mention everything.
It's always a risk that a demon will show up instead. Zozo will hide its intentions at first and play along, pretending to be whoever the contactees are attempting to summon. It will communicate benevolently for a while before switching up into
shit curses.
The sign that you got Zozo on the other end is that the marker on the board
I mean, it's not wrong. I said
and
fucking once, right?
Between Z and O. Then it will get downright nasty.
Saying
It's
sonso.
known to spell out obscenities and blasphemies in all sorts of ancient languages. Folks also credit Zozo with promising to drag one's firstborn son down to hell. Not the friendliest first encounter, huh? Coming at number 4, popularized by online attention. So a lot of demons become well known through religion or folklore or through a horror movie that's cooked up a plot featuring the devil in question. But we live in the age of the internet now, and nobody's gonna wait around for some Hollywood exec to show them the latest and greatest in supernatural forces. A man by the name of Darren Evans originally posted his demon Zozo experience online, and soon after it became a terrifying viral phenomenon. Evans was always interested in Ouija boards and has lots of different stories of otherworldly contact from when he was an adolescent. Zozo is the only demon to consistently appear in his life. In a post on the paranormal forum True Ghost Tales, Darren detailed his first experience dealing with Zozo. In this post, he warns readers that Ouija boards are not toys and that everyone using them should be extremely careful. Evans recalls Zozo being friendly at first before commenting about how it wanted to possess his girlfriend and take her to paradise. When he asked the demon where
Oh my god, I spelled click back.
he was answered H-E-L-L. Soon after,
oh my god. Y no el infierno, no manches.
Her mother had left her alone in the tub for just a second, and somehow the water was turned on and overflowing. After this near-death experience, his daughter was then hospitalized with a strange infection and kept at the hospital for 14 days as the doctors tried to diagnose the illness. At this point, Evans suspected demonic attack. This story blew up online, and many people reached out to Evans with Zozo stories of their own. He says he was shocked by how many people had actually experienced the same demon, especially because they lived all over the country. At one point, the team from Travel Channel's Ghost Adventures met up with Evan at the house house, where he first encountered Zozo. Multiple voices were recorded throughout the filming of this episode, which didn't sit well with audiences. Coming in at number 3, Zozo is not a totally new phenomenon. A quick look at Google searches over time will show you that Zozo was not a popular or well-known demon before Evans' story in 2009.
Yeah.
Skeptics will point to this as proof that Zozo is just a figment of the public's imagination, encouraged by online storytelling. However, the name Zozo is actually penned hundreds of years ago in Colin de Plancy's 1816 book, Dictionnaire Infernal. This malicious presence is mentioned. It tells the story of a young girl possessed by demons. She claims the names of her demons as Mimi, Capulet, and Zozo. These demons would compel her to walk up and down the streets on all fours and sometimes walk around on her hands, kicking
you know what's
people with her
crazy?
feet as she passed.
I have a cousin named Mimi.
Contorted into strange shapes and move in odd ways commanded by the demons. When a priest was brought in to perform an exorcism, the demons left, shattering all the windows.
Dude, my computer is lagging.
You might want to take these accounts with a grain of salt,
Fucking
because there are
coincidence.
plenty of folks out there who are willing to fake demon possession for attention and fame.
Yeah.
The author of Dictionnaire Infernal also wrote that the girl was often feigning possession and at one point was arrested for doing it too often. I guess the townsfolk were tired of putting up with that crap. Filling out our number 2 slot. Pop culture connections. So Zozo's notoriety doesn't stop with online stories. The demon has showed up in a bunch of different places spanning all sorts of media. The most famous instance could possibly connect Zozo with Led Zeppelin. Have you ever taken a look at Led Zeppelin's albums? The more eagle-eyed among you might have noticed the 4 symbols representing the members of the band. A triqueta, interlocking rings,
Sonso,
a
that's what it
feather,
says.
and Zoso. That last one seems familiar, right? Chosen by Jimmy Page, the Zoso emblem has been a source of mystery and controversy among fans of the legendary band. Some say it's derived from a symbol used to represent the planet of Saturn, as Page is a Capricorn ruled by Saturn. Others claim it's from an Aleister Crowley spellbook, where the symbol has been used in part to represent Lucifer. The band has never shied away from demonic and hellish imagery, so this is a pretty
because they're artsy,
It
right?
might even have threads connecting it to the Mesopotamian god Pazuzu. There's enough Z's in that name to warrant a raised eyebrow or two. If you guys didn't know, I'm Canadian. You might be thinking, what does this have to do with Zozo, though? How do we connect the two? Well, Evans is an outspoken Led Zeppelin fan and even cites Page's Zoso in his original post. So we could all very well be interacting with a demon brought to life via classic rock mania. In addition to the rock and roll connection, there have also been multiple books written about Zozo since 2009. Evans co-authored one of them, but other authors worked on their own versions of the story too. The tale became so popular that it spawned a 2012 horror movie called I Am Zozo. The whole thing was shot on 8mm film, giving it a very grainy and old school feel. Not bad for a Ouija board flick. And finally, number 1. How to deal with Zozo. It's nice to know all sorts of facts and stories about our demonic pal Zozo, sure, but what if you come into contact with him at some point in the future? Nobody likes a demon swooping in and causing mayhem in their life, right? Well, I've compiled some tips on how to make sure you survive an encounter with this malevolent
He's
spirit.
compiled?
First, make sure you stay calm.
Oh my
Demons
God.
feed on fear, so freaking out will only encourage it more. Take some deep breaths and do your best to ground yourself. Next, say sayonara. Move the Ouija marker to goodbye and then close the game. This will prevent you from communicating further with the demon. Now,
where
even
did they
if you
get
close
all
the
these
game,
stock
Zozo might
images?
still attempt to make contact with you. It might even go full poltergeist and start throwing things around or attempt to possess you. Make sure you cut off all communication. Don't react to what's happening around you. And seriously, don't use Zozo's name. Saying it out loud gives him power, and you don't want
Oh my
that.
God.
Lastly, if all of the above fail, seek some professional paranormal help. A priest should know what to do, but if they pull the classic horror movie move and refuse to continue, find yourself a paranormal expert. Think Ed and Lorraine Warren, but maybe with a lower profile. Not everyone can afford Hollywood demon hunters. Well, I hope that was informative. There's a lot of information about all sorts of demons out there, so let me know if you want to hear more specific demon stories. Hopefully, I've inspired you to be responsible.
Oh my God, we're
while
3
engaging
minutes
with them,
off
and maybe
from hitting
give
3
Led Zeppelin
hours.
discography another listen. Before we wrap up, let's take a look
And
at
it's
some beautiful events from
9:22,
last time.
11 minutes
Says,
off
"Number
from
one, should have gone to
9:33,
the God Hand
where the
Conference.
number
The
9
God Hand
is
indeed
divisible
terrifying,
by
but
3,
I heard
which
he gave
gets us
number 1
3.
spot to the God
1
Hand
plus
Conference
1
Scariest
is
Gods in
2.
Literature list,
2
and I
plus
wanna make
1
sure
would
that
have
we
been
cover a
3,
wide
but
range.
we're lacking
Just
that
some
last
Bigfoot
one
with internet
because the
that
last one
says
comes from
no
October,
one,
and
demon,
that gives us 3.
demonic
So we have the day 22, 2022. Add all those twos up. That's right. 2 plus 2 plus 2 is 6. Plus 2 plus 2 is 10. 10 divided by 5 is 2. 2 plus that missing 1 would be 3.
And Blue Exorcist belong on here. Maybe some
I
fake
swear.
characters like Gilderay. All good choices.
So much bullshit that goes into this. Yeah, 10 2 terrifying and disturbing witch encounter horror stories. They better not get crazy. Embezzlement? I forget what it's called. I only know the term is not. Oh, let's call Pokemon. Do I want to do that right now? Right, Pokemon Sword. This is it's like I'm like thinking. Hello. Also, we're swapping over to the other screen. Tell me, we're gonna watch this game. That's good. So hard. It'll take me 30 minutes to set this shit up, dude. Where's the fucking game capture? Nice. We did not struggle this time. Okay, so here's the rundown. Well, we don't need the music. Nothing's lagged yet. So I'm gonna listen to music for the first 30 minutes. Then at 10 we'll start listening to the scary stories. So now we're no longer in scary stream mode. That was a good 2.5 hours ish. Because again, I would just be repeating what I mentioned a lot. You know, this year I did bring in the true crime aspect, and hopefully next year continue doing so. But I gotta see like what I can and can't show graphic wise, right? Because that get to my nerves. You know, seeing a picture of somebody just who died or who died or something and just being talked about is extremely sad, and not only that, disturbing. But what was I gonna say? So those are things to change for next time, right? Because you know, I sound like a broken record every time I do fucking scary streams and shit like that. I'm like, there's these ghosts. Oh my god, nukes and chills. So next week we just will be in general reacting to a lot of nukes top 5 videos. What is it called? Beezle? No, I don't know. No, that's not it. Buzzle Bob or something like that, right? I forget it. Bizarre Hub, something like that, right? That's his name. And next week is what am I say? Next. And chills, and maybe some scary story videos, and that's it. It'll be like my average scary stream, right? And then same thing about on Halloween, though it'll probably be a little shorter, right? And yeah, maybe not next week Saturday. Maybe next week. It depends. If I go to my because I have a birthday party to go to Saturday or Sunday. You know, it'll depend when I'm live, right? Anyhow. Let's just bum, 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 bum. Wait, this message just wow. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. dun 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 dun. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Dun. Bum bum bum. Bum bum. Dun. Hopefully I do have the Pokemon I selected earlier. Are these all my Pokemon? Huh. What's this team about then? Why? Because my sister sets up these teams every so often, right? Let's go with Bruce. Oh, we already can't have both of these Pokemon. The pets. Aubrey? Why is none of them called Aubrey? Isn't that like a YouTuber or something? Bum 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 ba da bum 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 ba da. This one can't Gigantamax off. There are only certain Pokemon that can. Wait. Can it? What symbol am I supposed to look for? Moves. Probably not. Let's see. So much I can choose from. It's called The Maiden Struggle with Darkness by Light Minutes. Let's go with this. He's I forget which team I like used. Oh no! I used the Venusaur. Where's Venusaur? I mean, did I? I don't remember who I specifically used. Dun 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 dun. Let's see what else. Let me think. Hold up. Tailwind does help. Is because if I bring Penguin with Ice Cube, oh, it wouldn't be all that bad. Then we can belly drum. Yeah. Yeah, and everything works out. Okay, cool. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum bum bum. Dun 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 dun. Haze removes all status, rather all increases, right? Toxic spikes? Does it give toxic? Remember, we need painful bunker though. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. So the double battles. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum. Let me move the music to another tab. Yes. Shit. Hold up. We'll be starting right now. Select the battle team. No, not that one. This one, yes. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Oh my god, stop! Is there like a way to bring... I hate Chrome so much. Sometimes he's got... Stop! I think it's a Windows thing though at this point. Alright. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do Blastoise, Ice Cube, Raichu, Toxic X. There was an electric type Pokemon I brought. You know what? I remember. It was that Gen 6, actually Gen 6. Gen 5 tech Pokemon. I forget what it's called. The spider one. Spider tech looking one. See, they took out Barraskewda. If I remember, Kyogre's stuff, I forget what his attack is called. Alpha something? Alpha Pulse or something? Is not physical. So it would actually be best we just Dynamax right off the bat. And use actually no. You know what we want to do? What does this do? Special defense? No. Oh. Dark Pulse, that only hits one Pokemon. Okay, we may not wanna shit. Use Dark Pulse on fucking Kyogre. Right? Dynamax, Hailstorm on Kyogre. Let's just do that, and just so we get back our shield. It's like a last minute strategy. Of course, I'm not a fucking pro at all. Right? So if you come here to fucking see me fucking be the best person in Pokemon, no. Not how it's gonna work out, right? Just gotta mention that. I do have the opinion that some people come in here, they get out and then they're like, oh fuck, this guy sucks. Let's see. Because we gotta get Kyogre out of the way. Barraskewda is a fucking big threat. Either ways. What was he looking for right now? Oh yeah, the music. There's other ones. Who died? Nobody? If we didn't take any HP or damage, that'd be a miracle. And if we go first, oh wait, no, we didn't take any damage. Oh, we're gonna go first. Holy shit. Also, yeah, Thunder lands more often, but we live still. So we're gonna get back our Ice Face. So they wasted their whole turn. Not whole turn. You know what I mean, though. What music? Huh? Let's go with Translucent Dusk. But like Meta S. So yeah, they're not gonna do that much against us. Dark Pulse isn't gonna do much either. Yeah. Up it for the hill. Okay, we're gonna fight. We're gonna Dark Pulse. And what we want to do is max Hailstorm. Next turn we want to just basically protect. Because it'll waste the Barraskewda's attack. Oh my god, wait. Oh, that scared me. But actually, no. I have, you know what? Just so that I don't like waste turns, I'm gonna put on the playlist. Music. Which one I haven't played in a while? Let's go with Battle Rock. And again, at like 10, we're gonna start with like the scary stories. Just like, so this is my first match, right? So the next 2 times, or rather 3 times that I lose, you guys get to decide what scary video I watch. Oh shit, that was a crit! Sick! And we get back our Ice Face. You know, we may not even need to like do much. Because this guy doesn't know how Ice Cube works. Or hopefully he doesn't find out either. Sick. Bum bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum bum. Yeah, Blastoise is out of there. Bum 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 bum. Baneful Bunker. Okay. I'd say we just take out Toxapex. And just to be annoying. Oh fuck yeah. Okay, we're gonna bait him so hard. If he falls through this. Actually no, you know what? That's bad because I forgot Kartana is part what you call it? Steel. So this may not work. It depends. We can take out Kartana hopefully. Remember, it has really bad special defense, but this is an attack move. So there's that. Dun, 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 dun. Is that a physical attack? Please be so. Oh wow. No poison? Dang. Nice. Bum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum bum ba-dum da 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 da. Bum bum ba-da bum. Barraskewda is water type purely, right? I don't remember too well. The point is we want to recover. And we want to use Icicle Crash. I think we want to use Icicle Crash. Yeah. Oh fuck. Dang. That's fine. That's bound to happen. Beast Boost sucks. Attack, not speed. Bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum 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 bum. Let's use Thunderbolt. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum. Use Icicle Crash. Liquidation may have been a better thing to use because it probably has more accuracy. Who knows? I'm using Nuzzle on Kartana just in case. Yeah, okay, that's bad. Shit. Oh, didn't we have a focus? Oh, shoot. You know what? I think I know the change I want to do to my team. Now we're gonna be way faster. Monko Bachelor. Because that's not the way I saw this turn playing out. The Barraskewda gained a fuck ton of speed then. Ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum 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 bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum. Indeed. Like Surge. Bum 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 ba-dum. Please don't be attacked. Okay, special defense. Dun 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 dun. Let's use Zen Headbutt because we can flinch. I doubt we'll flinch, but we can flinch nonetheless. Bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum 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 bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum 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 bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum. Predation? Okay. Dude! Okay, yeah, we want to kill Vantula. It's fine. We lost once, right? You know what? I'll stick with this team. Thank God he didn't use Dacian. The only legendary he used was Kyogre. Besides that, he was pretty decent. Or they were, right? I'm hungry. What do I eat? No, I ate a ton today. I ate a ton earlier. It was a decent team, right? Maybe I did take out a... No, but you see, that would have bought us only like one turn. Yeah. Dun da 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 bum bum da 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 da. Boss, let's see the final boss. Let me spoil myself. Bum bum ba dum bum bum. Oh, it wasn't found? Damn. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. So hopefully it lets me play this game, because there's times where like for fucking whatever reason I just can't play. I'll continue trying to like get somebody to match up against, and like it just doesn't work out. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. Why is it taking so long? See, I'm telling you, I don't make this shit up. It's like, it's almost as if I'm like shadow banned. But like, listen, if it's because my sister did some bullshit stuff, it's rightfully so. But it gets so fucking annoying. Dun Come on, please. See the focus sash. Oh, even if I did swap over to a Galvantula with the focus sash, it wouldn't have changed much because I would have had to swap out Whimsicott. Now we'll just swap over to Splatoon. Hello? Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Unfucking believable. Unbelievable this is. One more try. If this doesn't work, I'm moving over to Mario Kart. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba ba-dum ba 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 da ba ba ba-dum ba 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 ba-dum ba ba da ba-dum ba ba-dum ba 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 Yes. Oh my god, I got so caught off guard. And it fucking actually let me do it this time. Right? No, wait. Oh my god. This is Gametal, by the way. Nice. Finally, normal Pokemon. We want, not Toxapex. We want Ice Cube, Blastoise. We want Whimsicott and Dragapult. For that, we're gonna have music going on for like an extra 10 minutes. Ba-dum, 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 bum, 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 bum. bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-da-ba-da-bum ba-da-bum ba-da-bum ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum bum bum ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Oh, that's right. This is sick fucking Pokemon. Sick. Get the fuck out of here, like and rock. A vortex of water. We're captured in. Does that affect Snorlax? There's a move that combos with that. I forget what it's called. I think it's called Belch. That is not good for us. Holy shit! There's a lot of health. That's pretty decent. Slow key. The new one. Poison type one. Let me attack Snorlax. I'm just kidding. His chances are we're not gonna take him out. Oh fuck! See, I knew it. We're not gonna take him out either ways. Maybe next turn. This is not what I wanted happening. Snobby uses Belch. I remember it's not a Steel type move, so it won't land on Dragon Ball. So he's forced to use it on I was gonna say Bulbasaur. On this guy. Our Pokemon, right? Oh wow. Crazy. Crazy shenanigans are about to the full heal. You know, rest is such a good strategy on slots. Because choice lens, right? Yeah, I have to force use Shadow Ball. Bum 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 So I actually am screwed if I don't use Shadow Ball, or rather, if I face up against Snorlax. At that point, I basically struggle to death. So, ironically enough, we do want Dragon Ball off the screen. Dun 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 dun. Sick. Sick. Bum ba bum 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 ba bum. Oh shoot! I've never seen this moveset animation. Sick. Vocalist? Oh, I forgot to sting. Oh, that's a shit ton. Bum 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 dun 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 bum 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 dun 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 dun. Bum 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 dun 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 bum 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 dun 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 dun. If he uses rest again, that's so unfortunate. Oh my god. Again, we want to get Dragon Ball out of here. Blastoise. I never said Blastoise. His name is that. I said Blastoise. He may actually, funnily enough, stall the fuck out of us. I don't know. We're not allowed to do that, yeah. Hit. Dun 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 dun. Wait, could I have swapped out no, I don't think so, right? Sure. If he uses self-destruct, that'd be simple. But I don't think he even has that. Ooh, good, get fucked. You're gonna take a ton of damage, right? Didn't take any recoil! Shit. Okay. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum, ba-da-bum. I don't think we have enough damage. Yeah, we're fucked. Bum bum ba dum bum ba bum ba da bum bum ba da bum ba da bum bum ba da bum ba da bum bum ba da bum. Nice. It's only gonna get worse. Bum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum. Unless you get like a pretty big fucking crit. You're just messing around at this point. Even crits won't get us anywhere. Nice, that was a GG's moment. So next time we watch a scary video, oh, I'm hungry, but I ate a lot, so I'm not. Like, I think I actually ate like 2 eggs. Yes, let's continue. So let's start with our first batch of scary stories. So these are scary stories that are on the internet.
And
this is
well,
narrated by
do you believe in witches?
Mortis Media?
Witchcraft? Their power to summon things.
So these are the scary stories here?
Well, maybe you do, maybe you don't. But the people who have experienced these stories certainly did after what they encountered. So for now, it's time to get comfortable and let the darkness take control. I live in Eastern Europe, more exactly in Romania. You may have heard about those gypsy witches that live in my country. Most of them are just pretending to be something they're not. This, however, is the story of a real witch. My grandmother used to live in the
fucking Twitter just froze. Everything froze. So you know what that means? Everything froze on there. I can drag and move this shit around. But yeah. That's scary, dude. Everything stopped. What the fuck? Y'all can hear me, right? Yo, what's going on, Chrome? I don't even have that many fucking tabs open. What the fuck?
Village with a witch. I don't know if the witch was a gypsy or Romanian, but it doesn't really matter. She lived for so many years that no one knew her age. This woman claimed to be a witch, and she had also claimed that she had this demon who served her. She used to talk about the ways she sold her soul one night in the forest while performing a ritual. In return, she gained powers and the help of a demon. She said that she couldn't die until she convinced someone to take full charge and responsibility of her duty as a witch and sell his or her soul to the darkness as well. She, I believe, had 3 daughters, but people said that their mother's behavior scared them away. They moved to Bucharest and never returned to the village.
Oh shit,
Now, you will say that she was most likely a crazy old woman. But no. A lot of people heard weird noises coming from her attic, and she agreed that the sounds were made by her slave demon. People, even though afraid, asked her to solve their problems and gave her money for doing so. No one ever complained about her work. No one. Everything was put in place no matter how difficult the task was.
Dude, it was Twitch.
People witnessed
I am getting
hard work
denial
being done overnight in her yard
distributed.
and garden.
Imagine if I was like, I'm getting
Things that she
DDoS.
wasn't able to do alone.
Dumbest shit ever.
My grandmother met a woman on her way to work. The woman asked my grandmother about the witch. She wanted to know where the witch lived. My grandma gave indications and then asked her why she was going to go see her. She said that a thief broke into her house and stole her savings, and she wanted her money back. The next day, my grandmother met the woman again. She carried a bag, and my grandma asked her what happened. She said that she went to the witch and received the promise that she would be able to find the money on the table when she returned home. The witch asked in advance for half the money. The woman agreed. It was better than nothing. And things happened exactly as the witch foretold.
Like, you know, I'm just listening to the story as I hate these servers. Dude, they take
forever. To the witch's house. Another story is that a woman fell in love with a married man.
Oh my god, stop!
She went to the witch and told her that she
I'm this close to swapping over to Splatoon or Mario Kart.
If she wanted the man, no matter what the consequences were.
Pixie servers, Pokemon.
And in less than a month, his wife got ill and passed.
Oh shit.
He remarried, and he got married to the woman.
But you know, I'm not taking these words
that
they're saying up front, right?
To fall.
Super skeptical of this story.
That's why she was seen as a powerful and real witch. For sure, she had some supernatural powers. Unfortunately, I don't know if she's still alive. I lived in the RGV. Living in Edinburgh,
in an ARG,
in Rio Grande City, my entire life. My grandma told me stories of her encounters with the lechuza when I was a kid.
La lechuza?
I was usually skeptical of mystical
tales. Oh my god, the owl woman. Oh my god, oh my god. I'm just kidding. That's not what it means. La lechuza just literally means the owl.
I had my own experience that I was fully invested in other old wives' tales and folklore. I was out
with a friend this looks horrible.
Rio Grande City with my buddy.
This is what we do.
A cousin of mine.
Ice
a
Cube.
mutual friend and my buddy's dad. We were putting up some fence posts and barbed wire so we can corral some stray cattle that had wandered onto the property and keep them there until we found the owner.
That's the best
I
think I could have done.
So we decided to call it a day. We built a bonfire close
so yeah, if I lose this match, you all get to decide whatever video you all want me to react to.
Slab surrounded by
I'll pause the stories and then we'll react to the video.
We were drinking.
Over no links in chat.
Telling stories from
Just give me the name of the video on YouTube.
But eventually, we got to stories of the paranormal. My
Lo
buddy
paranormal.
is a huge skeptic, mostly because he's afraid of it. So he kept trying to steer the conversation away from ghosts and such. I decided to share.
No, when I think of like paranormal, I really think of like para, which means
once
foreign.
I got to describing the creature,
and then normal,
we heard an ungodly screech, almost.
That I always think. I never think like
we all turned to look in the direction of the screech.
normal.
And
but it
before
doesn't make
my
sense.
eyes can adjust to the darkness,
is it supposed to be like
screaming that it's
not suffix? What is it?
And he hauls ass to the main ranch house a few hundred yards away. I turned back to
this
the
prefix. Here we go. It's supposed to be a prefix. That means
of an owl perched on one of the posts we had driven earlier in the day.
Normal or something, right?
It was massive. So naturally, I did one of the two things they tell you never to do. I whistled at it.
You never fuck with the witch. I'm just kidding. It'd be so cliche.
Out its wings. Its wingspan had to be in at least 7 feet in each direction, so 14 feet. The fence posts were spaced about 16 feet apart.
Let's attack Landers. Landers will probably attack Ice Cube. If not, they'll go for
scared out of my mind. I pumped
let's
my
Tailwind. Then let's
thighs as hard as I could
next turn.
As I had the back door to the ranch house in view, I got to see my buddy run in and close the door behind him. My cousin and our friend got their moments later too, and I hadn't noticed they took off right after my buddy. And were kicking and pounding on the door. The story seemed good so far, though. I get about halfway there and look back to the unfinished house.
They're not.
See the gigantic.
They're not like us. Centered in one location, right, or one area. They're not like, I'm a damn American and I saw a damn goddamn witch or something like that.
In the mere moment of its face being lit up, I swear I was able to make out human-like features with a bonfire lighting up the area behind
She was
it.
riding her
I
broomstick
finally reached
downtown.
the ranch house, and my buddy's dad opens the door, and we're almost in tears. I rush in and close the door behind me, and my buddy's dad demands to know what's going on.
I don't even know how to speak with
Trying
this
to
other
catch
girl.
my
I just
breath.
fucking make those words
I
up
tell
sometimes.
him with the
I
others
swear.
adding their points of view as well. We all look out the back door to see if it's still there, and just try to convince ourselves that we saw a regular owl, and my buddy's dad called us some rude names between chuckles. We scanned the horizon, and I'm armed with a baseball bat I found at the back door, my buddy with his firearm, and there's no bird. We got back with flashlights, me, my bat, my cousin, and a few weapons. We got back with our equipment, and our friend stayed back at the ranch house. He was done for the night. We get back to the bonfire to snuff it out.
Reggie,
Smokey
like
the
a
bear was always
fucking
kind of
horse.
an influence on me, and we investigate the surrounding area.
What did he say?
My
Smoking
buddy's
the
dad
bear?
breaks off from the group to
What
check
the
out the fence
fuck?
post to make sure
Did I hear that?
they're disturbed, while we
Smoking
just
the
hang
bear?
back to think what happened.
What the fuck does that
After
even
a
mean?
bit, we go join my buddy's dad and find him standing in front of the post we had
So
originally
let's move
seen
last.
the legend back
Reggie.
We never told him which one specifically, so I was kind of surprised to see him at the one. And then
The what?
we saw the claw marks.
Oh my god. They were 20 size and 20 size.
This
20
happened
times
to
the
my
size of an
mother's
owl
wife.
claw. Watch.
I will narrate it, how she did to me and my sisters. We're from the northern state of Mexico, Nuevo León, from a small town south of Monterrey, around El
How
Cielo
he
de
says
la
it.
Silla.
Because he's saying it right.
You've never heard of it?
Right.
Do Google it. It's
Like how he
beautiful.
said Monterrey was a little funny.
Stories about people
Monterrey.
seeing
No,
witches
not like that.
and
Yeah, I had more
intrusos
emphasis.
around the town are very common, but my aunt's story really pulls a chill down my spine. The story goes like this. I lived in a small home up in the hills. I shared a room with my sister, our windows facing the main street. It was big, and it had rails on the window. One night, me and my sister were in bed. She was asleep, and I was awake, lying on my bed looking outside my window, since my bed was against the wall and right underneath the window. I liked opening the window and looking up at the sky. I remembered being around 3 a.m. when I decided that I had to get some
Moon
rest.
blast. That's
I
right.
stood up just to close my window, and that's when I saw her, the witch, flying right in front of my house. She saw me, and we made eye contact, and I immediately shut my window and got under my covers and started praying. I eventually fell asleep,
Padre
and
nuestro que
awoke
estás
to
en
the
los cielos,
fresh air hitting my
santificado sea tu
face as I
nombre.
opened my
Venga a
eyes.
nosotros tu reino,
and I see
hágase
my
su
head
voluntad aquí
sticking
en la
out the
tierra como
window.
en el cielo.
I screamed as loud as I could, and my sister woke up
Oh, I'm
to
gonna
help
start
me.
praying, guys.
I'd never been afraid.
Pray in
like I
whatever
had been at
language
that
you guys-
moment in all my life, as I realized that it was only her power that
I mean,
caused
like-
me to look out my window like that.
You
If
know,
it wasn't
sometimes I
for the
think
rails,
how
she would've
inclusive the word
My
praying
aunt
is.
told us that
How many
her
cultures
grandma would
pray?
tell that the witches would
I don't
take
know.
kids
That's a question
out the
that's
windows
like-
at night, and she never believed
that haunts
her
me at
until it
night, you
happened
know?
to her. She believed the witch wanted revenge
The witch.
because my aunt made eye contact with her. The crazy part is that until this day,
Oh,
she
shit, that
sometimes
was pretty
wakes
good
up
damage.
with random bruises
Oh my
or
god, that was
hickey
pretty
marks on
fucking
her
good.
skin.
Hickey
Well,
marks.
that's her story.
Okay.
Norwich is an old medieval city in England and has lots of
No,
beautiful
not
and
me.
interesting old places to
Ah, oh
visit.
shit.
One of its most famous buildings is the towering Norwich
Oh
Cathedral,
fuck.
opposite Tonlin,
Oh, I
which
should not have
sits
hailed.
down by the river Wensum. Anyhow, busy
It would've
exploring my
been
new city
good.
one Saturday, I visited the
Fuck, how do we
cathedral,
take out that
and
stupid
after
Reggie
wandering
Lecky?
the building, decided
Yeah.
to explore the cathedral close. It was late, a sunny afternoon in October, with lots of autumn leaves on the ground. and I
Oh,
was
we have
really
lightning
enjoying my
rod.
walk when I stumbled upon a cobbled alley at the end of some houses.
Cobbled alley.
And
What
decided
is
to see
there?
where it led. The floor and walls were cobbled, and the
So
walls
let's see.
maybe 10 foot high, so I couldn't see over them. But I could hear people in the gardens on the other side talking and children playing. Although I was on my own
Who
in the
has
alleyway,
10
I
feet
didn't
height?
feel alone.
That's
But
way
as
too
I began
high.
to walk on, the alley began to twist.
No,
and
like, I'm not even
turn,
kidding. That's
and
way too
although the
fucking
sky
high.
was blue overhead and the sun was still out,
Also, let's just like
I began to feel
toxic.
increasingly uneasy. I could no longer hear
Follow
voices
me.
coming from the
Fuck
other side of the
It's
walls.
what you fucking need.
And when I thought about it, realized that in fact I couldn't hear anything.
Nice.
No birds, no traffic, not even wind.
Nice.
And yet the cathedral is in the middle.
You're
of
gonna
a
get it
reasonably
now.
city.
Ooh, you're gonna get it now.
My scalp started to prick, and so I began to up
That's
my pace,
fucking
telling
right.
myself that I'd been walking a while and that the alleyway couldn't go on forever. But as I turned each blind bend, hoping
hail
to see the
stopped.
end
Fuck
of
yeah.
what was beginning to feel like a maze, I was only met with another stretch of alleyway. I began to jog, and although I hadn't seen anyone since entering the alleyway, and couldn't hear
I hope Clefable doesn't
I had
come
the growing
back.
sensation that someone or something bad was following me close behind, and that the walls were pressing on. I started having difficulty breathing and realized I was also beginning to feel dizzy. I didn't want to pass out alone in this alleyway, and so decided to run. After what seemed like forever, I turned another corner and suddenly sprinted out onto a perfectly normal-looking street down by the river, and the city sounds returned.
Nice.
I realized
Actually,
was
I wonder
shaking,
how that would feel.
My hand and forehead dripping with sweat, and didn't
No,
have a clue
yeah.
where I was. I sat down on a wall and had a cigarette, and pulled myself together, and then stopped to pass by and asked for directions back to the market square.
I didn't want to
in the
take
middle of
damage,
town,
that's why.
from where I could find my own way back to campus. It didn't take long to walk back to the market square, but when I checked my watch, it turned out that I had been in the alleyway for nearly an hour. It didn't make any sense, as I couldn't have walked that far, but I didn't want to know too much about it, and told myself that maybe it was all the twists and turns.
Shit, I don't think that's enough.
And that added to the time. At class on Monday, I was telling a few people about the alleyway in the cathedral grounds, and how it had suddenly turned really spooky.
Caesar!
Mature students on our course who had lived in Norwich for years and knew a lot about its history overheard me. She asked me if the alley was an old cobbled one with high walls that led off the cathedral close, and I said yes. She took me aside and quietly explained to me that she wasn't surprised I'd felt what I did, because that was the alleyway they dragged people
coming to a
accused of
climax here
witchcraft along, before burning them at the stake, as Norwich has a huge history of witches.
Where is that?
But the kicker to this
That's
story
not England, is it?
is that though I lived in Norwich for a number of years and often visited the cathedral, I never walked that alleyway again because of what happened, until that afternoon one day, when a friend from overseas was visiting.
I saw a brudja, guys. I saw a brudja.
I told her about the alleyway and what I'd experienced. She insisted that we walk it, and when I stalled and started to make excuses, promised me that if things started to go bad, we would just turn back, and she would stay with me at all times.
Oh, yeah.
Reluctantly, I agreed. The alley was just how I remembered it at first. Dry cobbled floor and high cobbled walls backing onto people's gardens. But after 10 minutes at most, and only a handful of turns, suddenly we found ourselves back onto the street. It didn't make any sense to me back then, and it still doesn't to this day. And I don't go near the Witch's Walk anymore.
We're gonna take this.
This happened in Manitou
Please burn him.
Springs. My wife and I at the time had a long commute between work and our home. We drove to the city.
Nice!
Came to our apartment in the evening. We had our youngest
That burn is gonna burn you, man.
Some groceries. My wife saw from the corner of her eye a figure approaching. It was bizarre for her to get defensive, since many tourists walked the roads we lived on, Rutan Avenue. She took our daughter inside right away, fearing something amiss.
What move would that have
She
been?
came
That
back
bullet
out to help
punch.
me, and told me she felt weak all of a sudden, and started pointing at this lady walking up the hill. She noticed the person did not look like someone she wanted to be in the presence of, and fled inside immediately after seeing what they looked like. I, however, stayed, not knowing what I could make eye contact with. She looked homeless, which was common as a lot of people come to Colorado for the pot craze. This was different. She had a burlapped sack cut in sections that almost had a weird
Oh my god, el cucuy.
almost memorization.
Okay, to be honest, that's what comes to mind.
Scarred and deformed. She looked like she had a humpback, but possibly could have been carrying supplies. I made eye contact for the briefest moment, almost feeling an energy pushing me away.
Painful bunker.
She had a staff too, and was walking
Your
very
fate
slow.
is sealed.
I got
sir.
chills, turned to grab the last of the bags, and as soon as I did, she was gone. I knew she would be there, and my curiosity struck me to see what this entity was. But she vanished, poofed into nowhere. One-way street with a river next to the road. I later went out to enjoy a cigarette that very night.
Oh my god,
It was
these
2 or 3 in the
people like
morning, very
smoking.
late,
What the fuck?
Super dark and no lights on the street. It was a hill.
Crazy.
So I looked up the road and noticed up in the pass in the faint distance I could see colours changing, almost like a flame burning, but not the same colours. It was more purple, blue and black. I still do not know to this day what this thing was. If it was a trick, it was well played. But the street had a very dark history. No doubt in my mind, this thing could have been a witch or demon of some sort.
Yeah, we want to recover?
Yesterday, I walked into a witch store with my friend. She was genuinely curious and practiced witchcraft. I didn't mind at all. I found it interesting, to say the least. As she was looking for candles, I was exploring the store. The walls were painted
Painful
black.
bunker. I'm
with
just gonna be
only lights
swapping.
dimly
And we
lit
have
in the
20
store.
turns.
There was a section in the back where dead animals were encased in glass jars being sold. It sent chills up my spine and gave me goosebumps. About 5 minutes later, I noticed that my body felt cold. It was a warm, sunny day in the city. Why was I freezing? And then, it felt as if something slipped into my body. It was subtle, and after a few thoughts of wondering and confusion, I forgot all about it. A few hours later at home, I felt pretty tired. It was probably just exhaustion because it was a fun day walking around the city. However, I for some reason wanted to sleep early. It was 6 p.m. I could tell something was off, but I pushed it aside and tried to get back to sleep. I somehow couldn't. I kept tossing and turning. Suddenly I was starving. I got out of bed and asked my mum if there was anything to eat.
Nice,
I ate, but couldn't chew normally. Everything seemed out of place.
Chew normally?
When I walked
that
around,
is an issue.
everything was in slow motion.
No, like I cannot imagine not being able to chew
fell
properly.
to my knees.
That's like
I quickly picked myself up.
That's
and
unimaginable
walked back
to
into
me.
bed. A few minutes later, I
Holy
got up again.
shit.
But this time,
How
the feeling
bad do you have to get?
was like the urge to vomit.
Like I'm thinking, like
But
fuck, like
nothing
a section
came
of
out.
your jaw gone or something,
After many attempts, I had pain in my lower abdomen.
or like
It
lockjaw.
didn't feel like period cramps. It was so painful that I passed out. The next thing I knew, I awoke to see a needle in my arm connected to a tube leading to an IV. I was in the hospital. The doctor said I was fine. Nothing was wrong with my body. I also do feel fine. Right now, I'm currently sharing this and don't feel different or sick. Was there an evil spirit in that witch store that entered my body?
I doubt
if
it.
there was,
I doubt it.
I hope it doesn't choose to return.
No manches,
Recently, I had a terrible nightmare triggered by the ghost at my job, and it took me back to an event that
The
happened
ghost of my
in
job?
Snyder County, Pennsylvania, back between 2010 and 2015.
Oh, now it's in Pennsylvania. Okay.
I was between the ages of 13 to 18. Those
Oh,
5
okay.
years were an absolute hell and tore my family apart.
When-
Many
so-
things happened at this house, ranging from violent enough to push my dad down the stairs to simple cold spots. However, the story I'm going to share is the note that stuck with me the most.
Go my child
In
has thunder,
2008,
so
when
that's
the
why it
market
came in
crashed
clutch,
and
right?
people
Because like, it
started
would always
losing
be
their
raining
houses,
because of coyotes.
my family was a part of it.
Would have like a lot.
I watched my parents struggle for a long time before
Especially
finally
if he's had a
giving up
focus sash.
and moving closer to my school district, where we started renting the right side of a duplex. To give a bit of an image of the house, it consisted of 3 stories above the ground
Man, I want to
and a
go to
basement.
sleep.
The first floor had a closed-off porch, a large divided living room, a very small kitchen, and a small closed-off back porch. At the kitchen entrance was the food closet, and directly across from that was the door to the basement. Upstairs were 3 bedrooms and a full bathroom. Every room upstairs had a carpet in it, except for my parents' bedroom at the end of the hall. Yes, even the bathroom was carpeted. Through the room closet to the bathroom, my brother's room, was the door to the attic. The attic was a large room that we never used, and because it would open on its own accord, my brother pushed his dresser in front of it. At the other half of the house was an elderly lady and her daughter. The two fought almost every night, and after they moved out, they hired a man to fix up their side and sell it. Well, he invited my parents and I over one day to tell us what he had planned to work on. So he was really letting us know that it was going to be noisy for a while. He showed us a room in the basement that was painted all black with colors painted throughout it, as well as candles and a Ouija board at the center. He had thrown that stuff out before we could even see it though. Now that you have the layout of the house, let me begin the event that haunts me to this day. It was a clear night on Wednesday, about 7 or 8 p.m. My parents were a part of Pool League, so they were out that night. My brother was basically living with my cousin at the time too, so I was completely home alone with 3
I'm going
dogs,
to make
and
myself
what I
a
strongly
peanut
believe
butter
was a
sandwich.
demon. I was sitting in my father's favorite chair. The chair faced
I'm
the
like
kitchen,
this close to
and I was a
forfeiting the
typical
fucking
teenager texting on my phone
match. I am
and
so
watching
hungry.
TV. When I heard what sounded like the dogs
The
getting into the
focus ass came in
garbage
clutch.
out in the darker than usual
Yeah,
kitchen.
fuck.
This was pretty common since our
Fuck,
boxer
that's
Max
right,
liked to
that's
pull
right.
empty bottles from the trash if we didn't give them to him.
You can have a berry.
He likes to take
No way,
the
he
lids
doesn't.
off. He'd give the caps to our 2 chihuahuas to play with while he played with the bottle. I yelled for the dogs to get back into the living room and out of the trash. It didn't stop the sound of rustling trash bags, so I was about to get up and go out there. But I looked down and see Max laying in front of the TV, while Scrappy and Koa, the chihuahuas, were curled on my mum's chair that faced the stairs. Sure, this spooked me a little, but I was used to this kind of thing. It became common for things to be the ghost if it wasn't the dogs. I did my best to ignore the sound and continued watching TV. However, my attention was snapped away when the light in that half of the divided living room started to dim and brighten repeatedly and fast. The feeling of being watched heightened around this time too.
Oh my
But
god,
again,
the light.
The being watched feeling was something I had gotten used to. I began texting
I don't know how you
my
can get
mum,
used to that.
asking
That's
how
scary.
much longer they were going to be out. She told me it wouldn't be too much longer, but I knew it wouldn't be until way later in the night. I continued to do my best to ignore it, but then it started to sound like someone was walking around upstairs in my room and in the hall.
Now that's like a squatter.
I was not about to go investigate on my own. As a huge fan of horror, I knew that this would be unwise. Once again, I texted my mum, and this time told her that the ghost was acting up, and that I was getting scared. Deciding that it was getting to be too much for me, I moved to the other half of the living room where the couch was, to try and get away from whatever it was. I used to sleep on the couch, so it was already set up for me to hide under the covers. I called all 3 dogs with me as well, as an attempt to keep us all safe. I really wish I could say that that was where the event ended, and that my parents came home right then and there. Above the half of the living room I had moved into was my parents' bedroom. In their bedroom was a very heavy solid oak dresser and a just as heavy metal framed bed. I could hear what sounded like someone pushing around the dresser and bed. It sounded like someone was rearranging my parents' bedroom.
That was smart.
At this point, I could no longer ignore everything that was happening in the house. It honestly was as if the house was coming to life. And it was at that point I called my mum, demanding she come home, because something was very wrong and there was nothing I could do to make any of it stop.
Once you get rid of Reggie Lucky, that's it. Snorlax is just basically a
rearranging
big
your bedroom thing made her
Something.
think someone might have broken in. But there's no way someone could have broken in and got up the stairs without me seeing them.
Mhm.
Even if they did find a way onto the roof and into the house, I don't think they'd be quiet enough to make it undetected with 3 dogs.
Yeah.
Either way, I had no other option than to try and hide and ignore it all. What felt like an eternity passed before my parents got home, and by the time they did, everything had stopped. Once in the door, my dad went upstairs.
Our
with my
stats
mum,
changed
and I
speed
followed
wise.
behind.
Now we're faster.
We checked.
Actually, we
every
might be
room on the
even
second
faster
floor,
than Reggie Lecky
only
itself.
to find no one there.
Oh, funnily enough,
Nothing
so that'll be
had
a
been
benefit to
changed
us.
or moved. Well, that was scary. But the events didn't stop there. The spectre wouldn't stop touching my mum's face one night. She said it felt like spider webs all over her and she couldn't get them off. My brother and mum were home one day, and my brother said, "There's nothing actually here, right?" To which the thing responded by opening a kitchen cupboard and then closing it. Another night, my mum had woken up from sleeping on her chair that faced the stairs. She thought Coco was coming down the stairs, so she called for him to come and join her, but the dog was already on her lap. When she looked up,
nice.
the shadow coming down the stairs was gone. Every morning at 2:30 a.m., the bathroom door upstairs would open or close. This is still unexplained because it was over carpet and it took a lot of force to open or close. My grandmother had given me a doll that would rock in a circle and play music, but you had to wind it up first. One day I was just chilling in my room, minding my own business.
In
it
the
started
room?
playing on its own. The attic window would open on its own too, and we never used
I
it.
had a cousin's house.
Never used it to the point my
that
brother
was said to
pushed
be
his dresser
haunted.
in front of the door, like I said before.
In what area?
He did it to make sure the door would stop rattling. I was relaxing in the living room one night, and the mudroom door was swaying, and me, being an annoying teen, shouted, "Could you please stop with the door?" And it stopped. My mum also demanded it leave us and the dogs alone, and she heard a very clear, loud single knock upstairs.
Just painful bunker and see what the fuck happens at this point.
Until the other side of the house was getting renovated, and then it came back worse than before. My dad was coming down the stairs one day, and it looked like he got pushed. He tried to catch himself, but he slid down the stairs and sliced his foot open on the radiator at the bottom.
Fuck! Oh my...
It could have been worse, I guess.
How did you... That... No way!
I was just relaxing on the couch when my sleeping dog was thrown off the chair across the room with so much force.
You slice your fucking leg on that? It's a fucking this thick bar, right?
He landed on the floor right in front of the couch. The chair was rocking so fast and hard, I'm surprised it didn't flip. The poor dog was so scared he hid behind the toilet on the back porch. We took him out the house for a few hours, and when he got home, he hid again. My dog also used to stare and follow things that were not there. Things would go missing too. Shortly after moving in, I would hear a voice saying my name quietly and a lot.
I would have moved out. I would have told my mom, "Hey, let's move out."
The first week after we moved in, we heard what sounded like glass breaking, but it sounded like it was outside. So we called the cops and they looked around to find nothing. I later went to use the bathroom and found the glass around the light bulb had shattered in the sink.
Fuck! Okay.
Not a shard of glass anywhere else. This is
well, and whoever's watching, if you want to choose the video,
the sink,
I'll leave it up.
Stretching far enough across that the first and last bulb were not over the sink at all. The last bulb should have hit the toilet if it fell, but like I said, it was the only glass around the bulb. The metal was still intact and turned on. This was the first sign of there being something wrong. My whole...
Okay, we'll continue that. What is it called? The Wicked Gods. Blessing. theme that is mad. Mad God, I don't care what it's called. Oh, what's this one? Oh God's Tempest, yeah, that's when you fight him. I'll be back right now. Okay, so I'm back. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Nobody said anything? Dang. There we go. So we'll watch an extra video. Yeah. I don't know the tech. Yeah, let's go back to the stories, right?
Family fell into a depression while living.
I want, you know, my viewers
fighting with each other.
to choose my video, right?
It was never like this before we moved into that house.
Well,
sure, we all had our problems. But it was like that house escalated very negative energy. My dad.
You know, here, oh yeah. Oh my god! Has the Elgato music always been on? It just randomly turned on its own. What the fuck? I am a firm believer that sometimes the place where you inhabit, in other words, the place you live at, if you don't like it because you feel oppressed in it, you need to do something about that, because whether it be move out of there or try to make it slash claim it into your own place, right? Because that's not a good way to live, man. I'll tell you what, in the next few years, I'm probably gonna move out. Well, and help my parents move out of this house too. Because my parents and me, for example, you know, we're already like, damn, this house is like super old. She's giving all she could, right? But fuck, I would hate to be in a house that feels like you're just being watched. It feels negative. It feels oppressive. That would feel fucking horrible.
Tried to end his own life while living there. I tried to do the same.
Oh my god.
And my brother straight up left. And I know my mum was.
Hello,
giving up
Bun
too,
the Bun Bunny.
She just wanted
Welcome.
to leave everything and go.
I'm just playing Pokemon. Listening to scary stories.
That house.
I haven't decided what video to watch, so if you want to decide for me, you can.
Tore my family apart.
The next 3 times I lose, I'll leave it up to chat again.
This happened when I was about 4 or 5.
Welcome. It's supposed to be a scary stream, but then I kind of gave up.
Always said that my grandma's house was haunted. You could hear footsteps and whispers.
Because I sound like a broken record talking about the same topics.
And would get a heavy oppressive.
It's a scary video, yeah, any.
So
whether it be like
all of the older.
The only thing is like you can't be like a movie, like you can't watch it. And maybe under 20 minutes, just cause like you know, it's 11. I'm planning on going till maybe like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Depends on how I feel in like an hour. But yeah, those are my only requirements, really.
Went to hang out, and my parents took my grandma to run errands, so it was only me and my aunt and uncle at home. They were cleaning the backyard, and I was playing with toys in the dirt. For whichever reason,
By the way, how was your day? I like
remember,
asking people how their
I
days
went
were.
inside and went into the back room,
Look at my
which
day.
was my
I'll be
grandma's
honest.
at the time. As
I just
stood
wanted to
there,
sleep some
I
more.
remember that heavy feeling starting to creep in.
But it's because I had a
There was
long,
a
long
big
week.
window that I looked out into the backyard, and I decided to go to it.
And I could have been
As I
a
moved
bit
the
more
curtain,
productive, but I don't
I
care.
could see this really old trailer that sat in the backyard that was used for storage.
I'd rather just stay here playing
The
video games.
doorway would have only been
Don't
about
worry about
5
my
feet from the window.
college homework.
As I looked out, I immediately noticed a figure in the doorway of the trailer. It filled most of the doorway. It was dressed in a long black dress with like a turtleneck. The dress being
Will I follow someone
super
from
black.
YouTube called Crypt TV?
I don't think I've ever seen such a pure
He's
black
so
in my
scary.
life. It had a bald, round, wrinkly head.
Crypt TV, they sound so fucking familiar. Hold on. I just stopped the fucking thing. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, the nothing matter, whatever the heck it's called.
With
Yeah,
coal
I know which
pointed
channel it
ears.
is.
Think of the
Oh, what are you
goblins
eating?
from Harry
I'm just
Potter.
eating a sandwich.
And
I'm
the
a
hands
college
ending
student,
in
right?
long, sharp talons.
I live with
All the skin of this
because
thing
I
was
live near
really
my campus.
sickly. This shade of
Shit!
green. And it just stood
Well,
there
yeah,
clearly
you know,
staring
living the
back
poor
at me.
student life.
Then it began to shake
I'm
its
doing
head and
nice.
index finger, as
Oh,
if
bro,
to say,
same.
no. Like you'd tell a little kid.
Well, currently, because
After
the truth
that,
is, like,
it slid out of view.
I'm supposed
and
to.
the
Here's the
heavy
thing.
feeling lifted.
Starting this year,
I
I'm
don't
supposed to
recall
start
what
getting
I
my
did after
scholarships.
that,
I'm in
but I
like
don't
my
remember
second to
feeling
last year.
scared. More confused.
So next
I
year
would
is my
say.
last year.
I had forgotten about the event until years and years passed, when the siblings were
Wait,
sitting
no, that's
around
my name.
reminiscing after
No,
my
I
grandma
feel you.
passed.
I feel
And
you.
my sister said
Some days,
she remembered seeing something similar. She said she...
I'm so fucking stupid. I went to Bank of America the other day. Not the other day, like 3 years ago at this point, right? And I was like, no, I want the debit card where you have to have the $20, otherwise I get fucked over. You know what I mean? Medical school. I could do this for years. No,
She
I feel
also
you.
saw a woman in a long red dress.
I also have to
and
go
a
to like,
pumpkin for a
well,
head,
because
sitting
here's the
by
thing.
water fountain.
I'm actually a computer engineer, but I'm thinking of maybe doing grad school, so that's like another 4 years or 8 years, depending on what happens.
We all suspect that there was a
But yeah, I feel you.
residing in or around Grandma's house.
I'm so confused.
My
What's happening?
great-grandmother Emily owned a house on Glenwood Avenue.
If you're doing bad,
She was fairly well off.
I'm a computer engineer.
Let my mum
I got a
take her
scholarship.
into her house when she was
I got into the McNair's program. I don't know if you know that. And I have a 2.9 GPA.
I'm going to try to make this as easy to understand as possible to who is who. So I'm going to lay out.
That's all you need to know about me. So bad at math. I'm bad at math. I just forget it. Have you taken Calc 3 yet?
Chris and James. She was married to
Or is people in your field not required to take it?
Sandy, Lee, and Greg. These are all events that my mum and Grandma Pat both separately told me throughout my life. I'm 22 now.
I'm playing this game so bad. Oh my god.
Years. I've been hearing these stories for a while. I'm thinking
Don't
it's
even
time
remember?
to
Okay.
share these experiences.
It's like, I swear to God, I hate what I'm doing.
To give a bit of information about my great-grandma Emily when she lived there.
In Calc 3.
She told my grandma
Because
that
only
she
one
was
thing is important to engineers.
in the house when she was in bed.
Computer engineers and electrical engineers.
Walked over her and she had no animals.
No, Entourage. What is it called? It's called the Laplace transform. That's the only concept from that Calc 3 that it's important. Every other thing I've been learning in Calc 3 has been like, use Lagrange method to fucking solve some weird ass constraint. And I'm like, what?
They would tease her about how a witch lived there before.
I'm like, nobody wants to fucking solve a fucking watermelon-looking shape.
My mum brushed it off, thinking they were trying to scare her.
And God knows what you're trying to find, like maximum temperature or whatever. Like nobody's trying to do that unless you're a mechanical engineer. Like get out of here.
My mum said they would be so scared.
Blow up like the penguin right now. Make like the penguin.
Flicked on the light and moved the toys around in the closet.
I fucking hate this, dude. I swear. But like, I'm taking 8 classes too, which is a lot. So that's why I'm thinking that way. But otherwise, I'm like pretty well off.
My mum told me that they
What about Whimsicott? What happened?
Leading to the staircase. And that
Oh wait, did like Whimsicott like get red carded? That could have been another thing.
one night my grandma Pat was waiting for
College? I don't. I want to continue. I have 1 more year basically. Even if I fail this year, I still could do like most of it during summer.
She sat up to get a drink of water and had her feet on the floor, and something grabbed her.
But like, you know, here's the thing, and I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not. Well, you can quit if you want to. You know what I mean? But like, it all depends on circumstance, you know, because like the last thing you want to do, because I just got done saying this, you know, I would hate to live in a place. No, but like, listen up. I'm not going to. Nice, that's good. But like, you know, think about it too. If you do not want to work in the field you're currently at, you know, just maybe change fields or maybe just quit and, you know, find your own way and path if you want. Because like, I give this example right now, maybe a few seconds ago, minutes. But I would hate to be at a place or live at a place where I just felt oppressed, hated, or whatever else, right? Like, you know, like I was being watched. Like these ghost story videos keep on saying. Likewise, I would hate to be in a career where I knew maybe I was unable to move up in, or even like just was known to be, or rather just seen as somebody that like can't do much, you know? I would hate that. Or even like, you know, hey, just like getting a degree that maybe I won't even use. I would hate to be in either any of those situations. Luckily, I think a computer engineering degree is gonna serve me for something, maybe.
I asked my grandma about.
But I don't know. Oh shit! I shouldn't use serve.
Same thing. My grandma also told me that she'd seen
Just
large
nuzzle.
black figures in the home multiple times. I just got off the phone with my grandma to try and get everything as accurate as possible.
But yeah, it'd be horrible.
Much time because she was at
for me.
work, but she did tell me
If I was in a situation where like I'm like, fuck, I hate my major, or fuck, I hate this.
things in the kitchen a lot, like large black figures.
What year are you in, by the way?
She said that my mom would too. To the point
Like I said, I'm basically a junior, right? I need 3 more semesters, hopefully, because it's just this semester, next semester that I'm packing 8 classes, and then my last 2 years are 4 and 4, or 5 and 6 and 4 or something.
Which was when she was grabbed from under the bed. She said something grabbed her by.
So I know some people do like pre-med, then they get into medical school, and that takes forever. 3 more years. Nice.
She also said that her son James had seen
Like undergrad or like, I'd assume graduate is like med school, right?
But after things got physical with her and it grabbed her ankle, she got out of there for her own good.
Yeah.
She also said that renters wouldn't stop moving out of the house very quickly until someone purchased it.
You know, it's something with the house that's wrong. Like, I feel like there's like a gas leak in the house, causing people to go crazy.
15, my mum told me about this again because it was so scary and interesting to me. I would have my mum retell me everything that happened in the house all the time.
Fuck. Yeah, I wish you luck though. All that. He's like, I'd assume it's just a lot of studying. So I know for me,
I found that right down the street,
that's like half the case, half not. I still have some leeway, just because a lot of the stuff is kind of building up on each other.
I'm not sure if it has any correlation with the house,
but I assume like in medical school, it's like, oh, you got to learn about this system, the digestive system, the muscle system, or specific systems that you're interested in, right?
Which is a rural area just south of Monterrey.
Yeah, that's what.
When I was a little girl, we always had legends of the witches in the wild. Don't go out alone. Don't stay.
Yeah, so like the video you said, right?
The witches will come and take you away.
Las brujas te van a llevar.
That's what he said. Armando every day.
I follow
Mama would
everyone.
not let me or Armando go
Yeah. So,
unless it was both of us.
what was I gonna say? Is there a specific video there you wanted me to watch?
When we
Hopefully, I
chose
haven't watched them all.
we were not well off with money.
Cause like,
so we had to
I
wait.
am somebody that is
When Armando and I
what's
got
the
down
term?
working the fields, Mama
Permanently
would let us play
online?
until it was
I've been
nighttime.
for the last.
Sometimes we would play tag with
What
our
years
friends.
is it?
Sometimes
10, 11 years?
chase us around or
I've
take us exploring
pretty
the
much
woods.
been in every
The
corner of
exploring
YouTube.
was fun,
I remember when there
because we
used to
got
be
see
Pornhub
everything.
ads
But we also
when you
saw
could
the
find
old
porn and
huts
shit.
where the witches lived.
Oh my god, then there's like the Bible nuts on there.
Because they were weird and would constantly do
Oh,
things
it's
magical
horrible.
to themselves.
Horrible in the areas that I've been.
One day, Armando and I were
Just pick
playing
one.
alone.
Yeah, I'll pick one.
Papa was tired from working on the field all day,
Armando.
and Mama was making supper. We
Okay.
went to the woods.
We'll watch
and started to explore, but we went too
Maybe
deep
possibly
into
still
the
skip.
I cried.
So we'll do this in waves of 2,
heard us, so
right? So the next time I lose,
After
that'll
a
be the
while,
second video, right?
an old lady heard us and said,
Excuse me, not the next
"Help
time.
us."
The next 2 times I lose, that'll be the next video. So that'll be 2 videos
You're
that we'll
gonna
watch.
take us away, yelled Armando.
Okay, so let's see.
No, mijo.
Let's watch Emoji Head. That one seems fucking interesting.
I cried and told Armando that I wanted to go home. So
Oh my god, what is this, a novela?
told the lady to help us.
Armando, ayúdame!
After a
Just
while,
kidding.
she took us to a house we didn't know, but said Mama and Papa were inside, so we went.
Mhm.
Without thinking, we went in, and the lady suddenly grabs us and starts carrying us, screaming, into another room. She threw us in and locked the door.
What?
Armando kept banging on it and yelling to let us go, and I just cried and cried. It was quite quiet.
What's
but
going
I
on in the
thought
story?
we kept heard her saying, "Glory to God. He has given me pure blood of the innocent. With this, I'm gonna seek my revenge against those who have done things to me in the past."
Oh, so
I don't
she's gonna want to
exactly remember how much
sacrifice.
time passed because I was tired after crying for so long. According to Papa,
sorry
we
about
were
that.
not home, so he went around town looking for us until he came into the woods to look. He said he stopped at the house.
What's
where
there?
we were
Wait,
because something.
what's that story
made
with the
him look
witch
there.
that like
When Papa called out to the house inside, the witch
basically
kept yelling at him to go
feeds
away.
the kids like
He said
candy
he
stuff?
thought he heard
It's not
Armando,
Rapunzel, right?
So he broke in to look around.
Hansel and
He
Gretel
found
or
us
something?
and said he heard banging, which
I'm
showed
going to
him
head
where
to
we
bed.
were.
I hope I have a.
When he found us, he hugged us and took us away, telling her
Yeah, I hope
that
you have a
if
good
he
day
ever
too.
saw her near the
Yeah.
house again or the kids,
He was like, what was I gonna say? I'm gonna
Mama
be
was
streaming to
crying
like
so
1,
hard when we
probably.
saw her
Or 2.
that it
No.
made me cry again.
Yeah,
Papa
thank you
yelled at
though
us
for giving
being
by.
dumb and going out so
And
far,
hopefully see you next
and
time. If
Armando
not,
just looked
yeah.
at the floor.
Hope you have a good day.
After
Yeah.
that, Mama didn't let us go
Yeah.
out anymore.
Thank you so much for
without
coming
her
by.
or Papa
See you
until
later.
we were teenagers. Every day I thank God for not letting me and
Mama y
Armando
Papa.
getting to more danger.
Thank you for following, by the way.
I do not
It's been a
know what
while
the witch wanted to do to us,
since I've had that.
but I don't think I want to know
Thank you again.
either.
And again, I wish you a good day. It is late
Hey
in
guys,
America.
it's Mort here, and thank you so much for listening. I hope you enjoyed the witch stories tonight. It was a request by one of the mods and Patreons I have called Pastel Witch.
Also, I don't know if you guys hear that
over
again.
on our Discord server. If you're
The sound
interested
effect
in
is glitched
chatting
out
and
on
chilling in Discord,
OBS.
the link
It
is
rings
in the
twice.
description. It's
Yeah.
a quiet place, but you know, I'm sometimes there if you want to stick around and chat and stuff.
God, he sounds so. What's the term? Like shy. Like, can you please come in here? Rightfully so. If you want to do that, go do that, right? Yeah. Next up is Creep McPasta on I Tried to Astral Project. This creepypasta. Like I said, it's a bunch of repeating topics. I already covered creepypastas. Just most of the gaming ones, at least. There were some that weren't.
I felt a wave of sadness and confusion wash over me. Erin was
But they were like
16
brushed
and
quickly,
small
like
for
Jack the Ripper,
child
blah blah blah
with
blah,
full
or
force,
Jack the Ripper.
just
Excuse me,
looking
Jack,
at
whatever
her
the fuck his name is,
and when she
Island's
looked
Jack
up,
or whatever.
her expression wasn't that of a hardened killer or a
This is some
deranged
crazy
monster.
shit
It was
the
that
last few
of a
weeks.
frightened and fragile young girl.
It's like, you know,
entering the
there's a lot of
dark
topics that
places of a hostile
repeat, a
world.
lot of the messages,
And yet,
themes, and stuff
according
across
to what I've
this.
been told,
You know, as English teachers like to say, nothing's original. Everything borrows stuff from
a two-story house in a pleasant neighborhood outside the
according to me,
city.
from a source of origin.
The yard was always cut. The
Shakespeare
family was
borrows
well
stuff
off and had
from,
little.
you know, the Greeks. The
Even
Greeks.
as I sat down across from her,
Maybe
I
some of the
found
Greek
there
stuff,
no
right?
hint of trouble
Greek
with the Ness
tragedies
family
and stuff like
prior
that.
to their deaths.
But maybe there's also
No
stuff from
domestic
like the Bible.
calls, no
Borrows, right?
reports of the children acting out at school. Nothing other than a break-in.
I think there is though. The more I think about it, I think it is his Greek place that he borrows.
And abuse was a common catalyst in these kinds of scenarios, but only one of many.
Anyhow, we're using ice cube.
Through talking to Eric.
Oh, yeah, that's basically internet culture.
Terrible things.
We think something's new, but it's not. It's just failed in a different name.
Myself,
NFTs, Ponzi schemes, you know.
Period for her safety. It was
Same
also
thing.
part of the ongoing investigation. That, while I wasn't law enforcement,
wait,
we talked about wouldn't be privileged and might be used against her later on. She talked to her appointed lawyer and guardian about it already, and she was ready to answer any questions I had.
So is this guy's voice
We
so
went through
low?
the initial rapport building and introductory questions, and Erin was cooperative enough. She was still skittish acting, her eyes frequently darting to the walls before lighting back on me for a few moments as I asked my next question.
Is it psychic steel or psychic fire? I don't remember.
I took her through initial questions about her family, who they had been, where they worked, how she had gotten along with them. Erin grew very sad during this part, sniffling and pausing frequently without ever shutting down or refusing to answer.
No, so Galeo's never a fire type.
This idea
or
of
was
her
never
carefully threading away through a canyon of guilt and pain and bad memories. Though whether she was recalling the murders themselves or something that precipitated them, I couldn't say. Still, when I asked the opening, non-suggestive questions related to any kind of abuse, there was no indication of reluctance or defensiveness or lying. Just a soft no. Nothing like that. No one has ever hurt me like that. I could be wrong, but I believed her. So, I decided to try a different approach. Rather than drill down into the murders themselves, what she remembered, could she explain what had happened and why? I simply asked what else she wanted to tell me.
This is an astral projection story. What the
details
fuck?
That portion of my conversation.
Or rather creepypasta, but like.
So, Erin, part of my job is getting answers to certain questions, but I also want to know what you have to say. So let's take a break from me quizzing you, okay? What do you want to tell me? Anything at all about whatever you like? Something that's on your mind, or important, or that you think I need to know? This won't be your only chance to tell me stuff during our interview, of course, but I'm interested in hearing what you want to talk about. I'm gonna grab a drink while you think about it.
Just so we get past.
No, thank you. Okay, honey, I'll be right back. That's better. Any thoughts on what you'd like to tell me?
Oh, okay, so I had a plan. What if I dressed up as a Mex?
Help you understand, but it's true.
Because like, get it, because I'm like Hispanic. My parents are from Mexico.
Go ahead. I've never tried astral.
No, I have a feeling if I did,
I heard of it.
Somebody out there would be like, "What the fuck, bro? What are you dressed up?"
Hugo, he was always the one really into that stuff. He would try to do seances.
No, just finding a way to be fucking stupid on
it.
it.
Do a spell a couple of times.
Imagine if I was like,
sure, but I never believed any of it. It was just to make him happy because, you know, he was my friend. Sure. And did he get you to try?
Imagine if I was like that. Like, holy shit.
This was like a month ago. We were up in his room. His mom wasn't home, which is the only reason.
Oh no, that's like 1 HP.
We weren't hooking up or anything. I think maybe he likes me a little, but we aren't like that. I don't like him like that. Okay, I understand. But he's my friend, and when he told me about this new book he'd read,
really, I'm missing out on all the plot points in this story.
Kind of cool. Almost just like meditation or something, right? Something real instead of the ghost stuff he was usually into. And when he asked me if
that's me, I'm into ghost stuff.
I said yes. So we laid down on the floor of his room, side by side, but not
Hey,
touching.
So Galileo.
Talked to me, told me what to picture, what words to repeat in my head. Said that I didn't need to concentrate, that the book said it wasn't about holding on, it was about letting go. At first, I just felt sleepy, but then I felt something kind of shift, like my brain wasn't my
this guy is going like, if y'all don't know who Chaos is, he's this guy. He's this guy from Skylanders. In the Skylanders show, he astral projects into this big head, right? My guy is literally like, it's said to let go. Now I'm falling asleep. Oh, he's gonna have a big ass head come out of his fucking forehead because he's astral projecting.
My brain anymore, or like it wasn't made of meat anymore.
You're gonna be like,
just steam.
I'm Chaos.
Thinking my thoughts as I went down. Because that was the thing.
I see.
It wasn't like a lot of those videos I'd watched, or things Hugo told me. I wasn't floating above my body, or flying through the ceiling to go travel somewhere.
He's a big ass head.
Deeper inside myself. Oh, that's what it felt
like.
I'm
gonna be making fun of these stories and their plot points sometimes.
Okay? And I'd somehow opened the door and found a house on the other side. Some huge secret house that was built up like a regular house. Like
a regular house is what you found.
It was built down, and it went on for a long, long way.
I saw blood. Hyper-realistic blood. You don't understand me. I saw blood. Like red blood. Oh, that could be shaking down too. I saw blood and it was horrendous, right? Like, what he's saying, I saw a big house, like a secret house, like it was a normal house, but it was just big.
Like seeing it, but kind of like feeling it too. Maybe like how bats feel stuff with their sonar. I don't know. But I could tell I was going downstairs to a lower floor, and then another, and then another. The rooms were all empty and dark, but I could still see, and I wasn't scared, just curious and excited, because I could tell this wasn't just my imagination. I was really doing something, really going somewhere. I went down and down, and the rooms started to get weirder. The walls were wrong-shaped, and the floors would seem longer or shorter than they should be. I started to find doors that were closed, where they'd all been open, and it got
I always
harder and
forget if
harder
I
to
say
push
that.
through. Still, I was determined. This was all really cool and special, and it made me feel really happy because it made me feel special too. I know this all sounds dumb, but I'm telling the truth. I trust you, Erin. I don't think it's dumb at all. Go on, please. Okay, thanks. So I get to the point where the rooms are moving some. Like, the walls change places, and corners don't stay where they were. And sometimes it feels like I'm in something alive. Like the rooms are breathing around me.
Okay, one more time, and then there's another scary video.
I had this idea that I'm close to finding something really important. So, I keep going. That's when I find the green door.
Bingo!
Everything else had been kind of grey.
I didn't imagine going through a green door with you.
No colours.
Say bingo!
Or maybe it was just because it was all so dark. But that door wasn't dark.
This guy.
I could see it from across.
He's gonna be like, I was Yugi in the Millennium Puzzle, walking down the stairs.
Saying,
then I saw him. The green door. Doesn't he go through a door and then escape from the Millennium Puzzle? Or is something, this is like a plot point or something like that for like one episode with that, right?
But this one was all carved and polished with a big brass knob, and in the middle of the door was a picture. It was carved into the wood, and it kept changing as I watched.
Oh my god, he saw the picture of Jesus onto the basically cast onto like a piece of wood and then cast onto a piece of toast.
And afraid at the same time. And when I grabbed the knob, it was hot in my hand. Hot enough.
Yeah, I'm
I was afraid
terminally
it would
online.
burn me if I wasn't quick. So I turned it. The door opened, and I went on through. I wasn't in the house now. The floor was.
I didn't even know where I was gonna go with that. I just said, "I'm fucking." I sounded.
In front of me.
Something's up.
Maybe it was a cave.
Oh yeah, because I'm waiting. That's what I was gonna say.
It went on for a long time.
The server's
I felt
stuck.
like I'd been walking for hours by then, but I wasn't tired, and I wanted to see what was next. I started to see light ahead. I was close to, I think it was a field. A field that was bright and blue with red grass and white trees that grew in every direction, up and down, side to side, weaving through each other as they went. Except, they weren't just trees. They were buildings. This was some huge, beautiful city. Some kind of impossible place.
Let's start up again. No.
I felt this pure kind of...
No.
cheesy, but it was joy. Joy and, like, longing. like I had finally found something really special and true. I was about to start running toward it when I stopped. There was a noise behind me.
Oh my god, it was a demon.
Moved somewhere in the dark. I could feel myself starting to panic as I turned around.
The thing was, okay, so I gotta explain a few concepts in like astral projection.
Coins.
There's I don't think he anchored himself. With that, I'm no specialist. I don't do this shit. I don't lucid dream. I don't do none of that because like, why? It's like a form of meditating, and these people fucking make it out to seem like you're gonna get fucking taken over by some extraterrestrial other dimension fucking worm computer virus thing, right? Like seriously, all it is like a form of meditation, or like you, because you feel like the world is out of your control, you control your dreams. That's all it is, right? And it helps you kind of like steal yourself, right? That's all it is. But like these guys are like, you gotta anchor yourself. If you don't see the yellow thread, you're gonna get hunted by demons, aliens, and they're gonna come and visit your house, and then they're gonna pick you up, and I don't know where you're gonna go. You're just gonna disappear, and you're gonna be replaced by a doppelganger. And that doppelganger is actually gonna be a shadow person from this inverted shadow world. You know what I mean? They're gonna say some bullshit like that in that tone and in that mannerism. It's fucking weird, and they write essays on fucking astral projection,
draining me of that happiness and hope. I couldn't move, but the darkness moved around me.
Oh my god! No, but the point is that like it's all in a dream-like state, right? It's like the darkness here is supposed to represent like
I didn't know what it was.
Basically, not knowing what's in, not knowing what other.
I think it's like this little.
Not knowing what's in the future, right? And obviously out of that come out like demons and stuff like that.
But he still knew to be afraid of them. Like he could smell.
They tried to like.
It was.
Basically,
I could tell how bad this
thing
was. So
take control of your life. They tried to grab you.
Running there wasn't like real.
Control you and stuff. That's all it is.
Faster than I went down. Too fast, and I could feel that thing behind me.
And like yeah, so you anchor yourself. You're supposed to see this thread. And then you just walk. You just see stuff. You're supposed to. It's almost supposed to be like psychedelic or hallucinogenic of an experience, right?
I understand.
But it differs from person to person, and you know stuff like that.
I was back in Hugo's bedroom. He was sitting on his bed with a worried look on his face. He told me that the astral projection stuff hadn't worked for him. He tried it for a few minutes before giving up, but I'd been laying there for nearly 2 hours. At first, he thought I'd just gone to sleep, but when he couldn't wake me, he'd gotten scared, but was also worried about waking me up if I really was doing it. Said he was giving me a few more minutes, and then he was going to try wake me again before calling someone for help. He laughed when he said that last bit. He wasn't joking. Not about any of it. He asked me what had happened, what I had seen, but I told him I needed to think about it first, and then we could talk. Hugo didn't push it, though I could tell he wanted to. Now that he saw I was okay, he was getting more excited again, and he was disappointed when I told him I needed to head home, because I wasn't okay. I remembered all that I just told you, and my heart was still beating like I was being chased by that thing with the glittering eyes.
This was a shadow person or whatever, a demon, I don't even know.
And even then,
this ghost said he even tried to like repossess
Hugo kept texting to check on me and see if I was willing to share what had happened yet.
And there's like other realms, dimensions, and there's so much bullshit to that.
After a week, I changed my mind about telling him about it too. I just lied and said I didn't remember anything. But I must have just fallen asleep.
Ooh, I was not expecting that.
Was there any reason in particular that you chose not to tell Hugo what you'd seen? Yeah. I started to see holes in the walls. Just little things at first. Little red, rotten spots, like a cold sore or an ingrown hair. But on the wall. Not a particular wall. It might be at school, in the locker, or on the side of my house, or in my bedroom. But it would be there. This little raw, bumpy hole that I could tell no one else could see or touch. And every day, it got bigger.
So, cataracts?
I don't know.
What are we seeing?
But after a month, I saw the hole somewhere almost everywhere I went. Not always in the same spot, but always somewhere around. It was following me, and it was getting bigger. The edges
This
of it
person has
looked
an eye
rough now,
condition.
like it was
I am
burned or dying,
convinced.
and there were little bubbles of white all along that rotten part that would move a little. Not like the way the rooms breathed. This was a wrong feeling, a little sick shudder that made my brain hurt when I saw those pus bags, or whatever, start to shift. It got to a point I was afraid to look around much, and I was so tired by that point, I found myself falling asleep randomly, losing time. She looked up from the table, her eyes red and her lips pressed thin as she met my gaze. And then one night, I woke up covered in blood. My parents' blood. Jake's blood. Her face began to crumple. I think I'm done now. Nodding silently, I reached out and patted her arm. I wanted to comfort her. Her story wasn't true, of course. Some fantasy she had constructed to cope with the horrors of what she had done and
That's right. Get her. Get her. Don't sympathize with her. She's fucking lying. That's right.
experienced. But I had little doubt that she believed it herself. Whatever crime she had committed, she was a very disturbed girl who needed treatment. And when I left the interview room, I was determined to help her get it. The next day, I got the call that she had killed herself.
Oh, fuck. Okay, that doesn't look like a situation. So...
That was nearly 3 years ago.
Oh, wow.
A day hasn't gone by that I don't think about Erin and feel a measure of guilt.
Yeah.
Questioning if I could have done something different that might have helped me. Wondering if there was some missing puzzle piece that would give the whole thing shape and make more sense. Then I got a call from Bill Burke. Bill had been the primary investigator on the Galt case. He was a good cop and a good man, and having worked with him on several cases over the years, I had a sense of how deeply disturbed he was by everything that had turned out with Erin.
That was parting shot, right?
It had been over a year since we'd last talked, and when he called,
so
I
debuff
assumed it was about a new case.
attack.
No, nothing like that. I actually retired last week. In fact, that's why I'm calling you now. I wanted to call before, but I told myself there was no sense in putting my job at risk. No one here wanted to hear what I had to say, and I worried that telling you might only stir things back up again. I knew what he was talking about without him saying, "This is about Erin Galt, isn't it?" I could feel his weariness as he sighed into the phone. Yeah, well, I know I told you some details of what happened before you went
Was the
into
criminal a
interview with him,
guy or what?
but I had some more ideas I kept to myself. Some of that was confirmed the next week when we got the autopsy reports back. Okay, like what? He cleared his throat uncomfortably. Like, only one of the Galts was killed in their sleep. Her little brother Jake had his throat slit, and based on the injury, the arterial spray in the room, and the lack of defensive wounds, it's likely he never woke up. Damn, well, I guess that's better than the alternative. Yeah, I guess it is. But the doctor also said that both of the parents had been stabbed multiple times in the neck and chest, with additional defensive wounds in their hands and arms. The dad died in the hallway, the mom in the master bedroom behind the locked door that had been broken in. Oh God. I know, but that's not all. The blood spray on the walls. A crime scene guy thinks that they were standing up when they were trying to fight her off, and were still standing when they started getting stabbed. Okay. The significance of this to me is that the stab wounds were all at a downward angle. Now Rex Gaunt was a 6-foot-tall, 250-pound man. Clarice Gaunt was 5'7" and weighed about 150. Yet somehow, this little 90-pound girl that was barely 4'5" managed to not only overpower them when they were fighting, but stab them like she was taller than they were.
Okay, that's interesting.
I felt my mouth going dry. Oh no. So you think she didn't do it? Someone else was in the house? I felt tears in the corner of my eyes. Damn, that poor girl, No, I think she did it. At least, in a manner of speaking. She was covered in their blood. The 2 knives only had her fingerprints, and there's no trace of any other person being in that house.
So Wally's not gonna die to this.
Maybe so, but if what you're saying is true, how could she possibly... I know. I thought the same thing. Even after after Erin was dead, I still went through all the evidence, went back to the crime scene, subpoenaed phone records, the whole 9 yards. I was already getting static for wasting resources on a closed case, but I didn't care. I was half convinced from the autopsy report that someone else had done the killings, and I wasn't about to let it go until I was sure one way or the other. His voice had grown rough with emotion.
Alright, so there's another video I'm
It
watching.
took a few days, but I finally got a disc in the mail with cloud video from the gaunt streaming security cameras. They'd put 2 outside and 1 inside after a break-in a couple of years
what a
earlier,
coincidence, right?
and my hope was that it would give me the proof I needed.
I don't
to
know
show
of
what
anybody
really
that
happened
has
the
fucking
night of the
security
murders.
cameras in their freaking house.
Did it? You tell me. I just sent you a link to the cloud folder I uploaded it to. Can't you just tell me? I don't know if I want to watch it, and I won't even know what I'm looking for. You'll know. I showed it to my boss, and those assholes saw it too. They just don't want to admit it or deal with it. Told me to turn over everything and get back to work on my active cases. I did, but I kept a copy too. Maybe just so I could do this. Share it with you, so I wasn't the only guy who knew what happened that night. Just go check your email, Paul. I went to say more, but he had already hung up. I've recorded this account for my own records and to put my own thoughts down, but also so it can be shared someday. I've tried to recall everything accurately, and I think for the most part, I've done a good job. My memory of the video, which I've now watched dozens of times, is perhaps the clearest of my memories, and yet it is also the one clouded with emotions, confusion, sadness.
So,
most of all,
okay, when you say that, that just undermines your credibility.
So, I'll end this account with my
I hate to say
what I observed in that video, free of any editing or follow-up commentary. I've had no luck reaching Bill again, and my own speculations are just that. The flailings of a desperate mind wanting to apply reason to the impossible, trying to shut doors that have already been left open far too long. So, I'll leave it to you, the listener, to draw your own conclusions for what I'm about to describe. The video is from the interior security camera, which has apparently been positioned in a high corner of what looks like the gaunt's living room. The living room is dark, but the house has an open floor plan, and the camera also shows a large kitchen lit by a single light over the sink. No people are visible at first, and overall, the scene is still. Then, Erin enters from the right, wearing a white t-shirt and blue shorts. She enters from the dark of the living room, so at first, it's hard to notice how strange she seems. Parts of her body are blocked by furniture and shadow, and it isn't until she passes into the kitchen that I can see her head is lolling to one side as though she's asleep or unconscious. Despite this, she makes her way over to the kitchen counter and pulls 2 large knives from the butcher's block. Blade pointed down in each upheld hand, her silhouette looks like a drowsing praying mantis as she glides back toward the right on a path to exit the kitchen for some other room or hallway. It's at this point that I notice the smoothness of emotion, and a moment later that I'm able to see her lower legs and feet for the first time. My panicked thought is that she is somehow walking on tiptoe, like a ballerina, but I pause and rewind it several times. And no, her feet aren't touching the ground at all. Judging from the height of things around her and her own shadow, she looks to be floating about a foot off the ground, her motion forward smooth and seamless, even as her head rolls and her arms lift.
If the ghost did the murder, or whatever it was, right? Demon, astral projection, being, interdimensional visitor, whatever the fuck it's called, right? Yeah. It's like, wouldn't you just not want to, like, show any proof that you exist? In other words, just, if you had the power to control somebody like that, wouldn't you just do that to the family, just control them all, just some fucking other wicked shit? It's just weird.
This way in a strange, almost boneless fashion. It was that incongruity that caught my attention after the initial shock and fear wore off. That was what led me to have the video cleaned up further by a friend of mine. She complimented whoever had done the special effects, said that even after studying it, she wasn't sure how they'd done it. I just thanked her and hung up the phone. The enhanced video was clearer, but no less disturbing. I could see finer detail now.
I don't think any special effects person is gonna say, "Wow, the special effects are great." They're gonna be like, "What the fuck did you send me?"
Despite the girl's feet being free off the floor. Or the slight rustle of a shirt's fabric and compression of her skin in a dozen places along her arms and legs and torso, as though she was being carried along by some unseen thing. Her limbs worked like a marionette as she drifted toward the night that would end her family, her joy, and her life. I paused the video in that moment, just a second before she passed into the dark, and I studied it for a long time, looking for some hint of the thing that caught her and was using her so cruelly. Aside from the carry marks, at first I saw nothing, and then there was something new. Emotion on the frozen frame. 2 lines of twinkling gold turned toward me, looking out from that captured moment of that terrible night. I wanted to believe it was a glitch of my computer or my fraying imagination, but I knew better. I know I intend this to be an objective observation, but I know what I saw and felt. Those golden lights, those eyes hadn't been there before. They were just looking toward the camera. They were looking at me.
Oh, cliche. That's gonna be like, they're chasing me now.
Any of this, and I want no further part. I've erased my versions of the video, but I now realize it's not enough. This thing wanted to be seen and known, otherwise it wouldn't have been. And if I can't show others what I've seen, telling them will have to do. So perhaps this is enough. And perhaps you feel tricked as you reach the end. I did tell you I would end this with my description of the video, after all. Unembellished by my own conclusions, my own sleepless terrors, and I am sorry for that deception. I truly am. But my hope is that if I satisfy it, it will leave me alone. Because I've started losing time, waking up places I don't remember going. And sometimes, more frequently in the last few days, I've started seeing them. Erin's holes. Or maybe it's all just one hole. A rotting necrosis in the skin of the world as something pushes its way through. I'm watching it as I tell you this. And it's getting bigger.
Oh, cliche. I guess this whole the whole metaphor there is that you know, I didn't say karma, but like karma not. It's like right? I don't know. I feel like the moral there. Probably that. It's like safety. Sometimes accounting for security is not enough. Something like that. I don't know. Anyhow, now there's 5 scary alien and UFO horror stories by Swamp Dweller. Or rather, his voice is by Swamp. So yeah, next person that tells me what video to watch, I will watch immediately. And as long with the first video.
What would you do if you were sleeping? Suddenly to be awoken somewhere that you're not familiar with. Being poked and prodded by things that just don't look natural.
Oh my god, no, not the anal probe.
It's good to see you made it back for another episode.
Oh my god.
Today we're going to be sharing
horrible.
some
I do
creepy
not want to go through
and
that.
allegedly
Ever.
true alien and UFO stories sent in by viewers just like you. If you have a story you would like to share in a future video, whether it's a UFO story or something else, be sure to submit it at swampdweller.net or the email you can find in the description down below. share your story with everyone here in the swamp. It's stories like yours that truly keep this show going. Joining me today helping me out is my good friend the Creepy Fox. If you enjoy his voice, please be sure to check him out. The link to do so will be in the top of the description. Now, let's get into these creepy and allegedly true alien and UFO horror stories.
Los extraterrestres. Los extraterrestres, they're coming. They're coming. They're gonna be like,
it was late
"Tu
afternoon,
es très bien."
and I was probably around 10 years of age at the time. I was on my way home from
Los extraterrestres.
when I realized an odd man
I'm
was
trying to
walking
butcher the
along my
word.
street.
How would you butcher that word?
At first,
Extraterrestre.
I stopped walking and examined the man for a
Extraterrestre.
moment. There was something about him that just did not sit right with me. The way he moved, the way he
Tu
looked,
es
the way
très
he
bien.
was looking at things in such definitive detail.
Means, are you
I could
very
not
good?
really put my finger on it. All I knew was that his
Right.
presence made me
We
feel
fucking
extremely
friends.
uncomfortable.
France.
I went and sat behind a car so he could not see me,
Oh
and
my
I waited
God.
for a few
You know what?
moments. As he
Pokemon?
walked into somebody's
I will be
driveway,
buying both
out of
versions
view,
of the
I
next
ran
game.
back to my house,
If you
which
let me
was only a
play,
few doors
I
down.
will be
It
satisfied.
did not take me too long to reach my driveway. However, when I stepped onto my driveway, I
Oh my
felt
God,
like
he
I was
got
being watched.
abducted.
I did not look back, however. I rushed into my house to tell my mom and grandparents what I had just seen.
What the
Of course,
fuck is jumping?
They just brushed it
So he's
off and made an
jumping.
excuse for it to not be some kind of alien man.
Uh-huh.
I could not be bothered to stand around and try to convince them, so I
It
went up to my room
works.
and
Whenever I
stared.
beg, it
I
works.
stared out the window for a while.
What is up with
and
Pokemon
then,
wanting people to beg?
there they were. My window looks out onto the driveway, so I could see him clearly. He was tall, maybe 6'5" or so, and extremely skinny. His neck was abnormally long, and his shoulders were narrow. He wore a white sports jersey and a pair of baggy jeans. The top of his
This
head
is so
was
good on the back of my
large and
cranium.
veiny.
I'm not even kidding. This
Overall,
actually feels really
he
good.
was a weird-looking person. I bolted downstairs with the most intense adrenaline rush I had ever had to tell my family. Out of breath, I stuttered out my words, and they walked out into the living room to take a
It
look
really
for
does feel so
themselves.
good.
My mom's face turned pale as she stared into the eyes of the person, who was now stood up right against the living room window. So close, in fact, that you could see the condensation from the breath on the glass.
Oh my God.
He gently pulled up a
Like
notebook
this?
from his pocket and started writing. As this happened, everything was quiet, and everybody was frozen in place.
No, that'd be
It was
horrifying.
the eeriest atmosphere
Pressing
I
to
have
a
ever
window? What the
experienced.
fuck?
A few seconds passed, and he finished taking his notes. He strolled back to the driveway, still pale. My mom turned to me with an expression of terror and complexion. The only thing we knew what to do from here was to contact the police, which we did.
As you should.
However, they looked
As
for
you
this man
should.
all over the neighborhood and could not find him anywhere. Overall, this experience has probably been one of the most bizarre and terrifying I have ever had. I am hoping someone can help me figure out what happened here. I'm hoping somebody can tell me who or what this thing
I
was.
wouldn't say the Men in Black.
I've
That
read a
wasn't
lot of
what
things
happened.
online, and this sounds a lot like abductions I've heard in the past. Luckily, I didn't get abducted.
Yeah.
But what do you guys think?
What? This guy really went from A to C. He skipped B. He was like, I felt like I was abducted. He didn't even say that.
Dweller. I'm a huge fan of your channel, and I wanted to share my story of when I was abducted at the young age of 7. I would be grateful if you could share it with your listeners to spread awareness. And of course,
I would
to
be
give
grateful
people
if you could
creeps.
share this with your
To introduce
people.
myself, I'm
Thank
now
you.
a 32-year-old woman
I got a
who
busy
resides in
and
a town
dirty on my
called
music
Port
test,
Talbot,
and I
in
will
South
be a
Wales,
better
United
at thinking
Kingdom.
that.
I want to
Thank
share
you
a
all
personal
for
story
listening to
today
who I am,
of when I was
who
abducted.
I go
It's a
for.
story
I
of
don't even know
strength,
what the fuck I'm saying. I'll be honest.
determination,
No
and
fucking
sheer
point
braveness.
anymore.
Every day, I tell myself how lucky
Oh, what
I am
happened?
because of the
Oh,
story
yeah.
you're about to hear. Cardiff, South Wales, in the United Kingdom. I was 7 years old.
En el Reino
The year
Unido.
was 1995. A crisp, dry spring morning. A Saturday in which I ventured into my next-door neighbor's house, where my childhood best friend resided. The front door was always slightly ajar in those days, as the neighborhood was
Oh,
what
I
we
think
like to
yeah.
consider a
Melodic is water, but has a bunch of
Everyone
ice
knew
types.
each other. I got the
I don't think Ice
attention of
Bite
my
is one of them,
friend
but I
who we'll
think
call H. We left
Ice
the
Bite.
house and we began to play outside the house on the pavement, skipping with a rope
Ooh,
and
sick.
dancing around.
Sick.
A short while later, a tall red-haired woman appeared. We knew her. Her name was Caroline. She was H's mom's friend. Intimidating built of a woman, wearing black knee-high boots, red fishnet tights, a red leather skirt, and a black top and jacket.
What?
And plenty of makeup. In fact, too much makeup.
Too much
Her
makeup?
hair was loud and frizzy shoulder length. She has this habit of making a deep, short cough noise every couple of minutes, as if she had a cold or something.
No, I'm like ready to go to sleep. Yeah, so I'm only gonna go to one.
She was
Hopefully I can watch the
whom I
video.
would describe these days
So right
as
now
a
we have
kid,
2 videos,
as
right?
both myself and H know
One video
Caroline.
yet to be
So we
chosen, the
kindly
other one
greeted her
kind of
as
chosen
she
already.
approached the front garden, where we were playing. Being the cute kids we were, we got excited to see her. We yelled her name with excitement, and she just stopped and said, "H, where's your mom?" She replied, "In the house. Do you want me to go get her?" "Oh, no, it's okay. I'm just wondering is all." She asked if you could come with me to my place, as she wanted a bit of quiet time. Oh, okay, I guess. We began to follow Caroline. We dropped our skipping rope and headed on our way. A few yards along the road, Caroline put her hands out as if for us to hold it, to which we did. A woman walking with a 5- and 7-year-old kid along the street, the children smiling and happy. No one would have known that we were in potential danger. Little did we know what was about to happen. I remember walking to the end of the street and beginning to panic. I wasn't allowed to leave the long terrace street in which I resided. My dad had told me that if I left, I would be punished and grounded. But then I remembered that actually it's okay. Caroline is a friend of H's mom, so we won't get into trouble. Caroline lit a cigarette as we continued to walk.
What is it with these people smoking? Holy shit, that's already 3 people
while
that
in the hands of
fucking
Caroline,
smoke.
none the wiser and carefree.
Jesus, really
I
bad
remember seeing a
habits on the
small
internet.
park where I asked Caroline, "Are we allowed to play in the park?"
Oh yeah, we want to
"No,"
do that.
she
And
shouted. "Oh, okay then." I
no.
mumbled. I remember the shudder of her hand while it was holding mine, and her loud outburst of no scared me a little.
We want to
But I
use
knew
your turn
that no
again.
meant no, so I cared no more. At this point, H just looked at me with a small, confused smile. What felt like an hour later, we arrived at the property of Caroline, a small block of flats, ground floor, front door to the right. At this point, I'm kind of excited. I never really got to go to places unless it was my grandma or my auntie's house, so I was inquisitive. We got inside and the door closed behind us. Caroline immediately bolted the door and crossed the chain. I didn't think too much of it at this point, as I guessed she was trying to look after us. We went into the flat. It was an open plan, a kitchen to the right, and a large open space living room to the left, very spacious. I vividly remember her vertical pink blinds in the windows. They were all in the closed position. Myself and H were just kind of wondering what to do. Caroline didn't turn the TV on, and she began to act a bit strange. She was pacing across the living room, not too fast, but enough to recognize. H and I were just doing what little girls do. We were clapping our hands and singing songs, and giggling, the average stuff. Being that H was younger than me, I felt a small responsibility for her, but I wasn't too educated myself. Caroline was peeping out her blinds at the living room side.
Cloister.
The window here faced the main street. She was peering and looking around constantly. I picked up this behavior quite quickly, but I didn't ask her what she was doing. In hindsight, I know she was waiting for someone, looking for their arrival. Caroline paced again, and at this point, I was starting to get a bit worried. I asked if we could watch the TV, and she again shouted and said, "No." I got quite upset here. I didn't understand why we weren't allowed to watch television, or why she would shout at us. I mean, she said she was looking after us, so why not?
That headbutt would have done it.
I was quite a moody child, so I got quite upset over this. H was really none the wiser. A few minutes later, Caroline went back to the front window, poking her head out as if to look for someone. At this point, I'd asked her, "Are you looking for someone?" "Yes, I am."
Yeah, skill link. It's like we're done.
I didn't think much of it at this point. It just justified her behavior in my mind. Her behavior repeated like this for a few minutes. It got to the point where I asked if I could go home as I was hungry and I was tired. Caroline shouted, "You're not going home." I replied, "What?
Did this guy get abducted? What the fuck?
You said you were just minding us." She told me to be quiet and to just sit down. She then began to light another cigarette. She was angry, and I didn't like it. I guess you could say my instincts kicked in, but at the age of 7, I'm not sure if this was a skill that someone could develop. I started to panic, and H looked deflated and upset. By this time, it must have been at least 2 hours, although it felt like weeks. I went to approach the front door, but Caroline halted over toward me. She said, "What do you think you're doing?" "Well, we want to go home now." "You're not going anywhere. You're staying here with me." I began to cry. I was really upset at this point, and of course, I was frightened. I got H, and we sat on the sofa, but I was still petrified. I wanted my mom.
Yeah, it's over.
I didn't know what to do. Caroline was still looking through the window, as if to expect someone to appear. I was too upset to do anything. So with all my might, I stood up, barged over to her kitchen, and pulled open a drawer. Caroline was still looking through the window. I grabbed a knife. It was a simple butter knife. I was trembling with
Who's
fear
gonna
at this
die?
point. I grabbed H and approached the front door, and Caroline made her way over. "What are you doing?"
I think we're gonna lose here.
"We're leaving. You let us go now." She replied, "Don't be so ridiculous," and she tried to snatch the knife. I told her, "If you don't let us go, I will attack you." She laughed. With that, I charged towards her, and she screamed. H was sobbing and screaming, and I yelled too. "Let us go! Somebody help!" We were hoping that we would be heard. We continued to scream while the knife was facing Caroline. She panicked and told us to shut up and calm down. She then turned her back and walked towards the window. With that, I managed to stand on the tips of my toes and unlock the bolt, and grabbed H. We legged it as fast as we could.
No, he had a white herb.
I just guessed.
That means it returned its stats to normal.
In my life, even to this day.
Oh my god, what
I was sobbing.
Why? Why did he do that?
Face burning, hands trembling with fear, and poor H was being strung along by my hand. I dashed the knife somewhere while running, and I remember we
at least I might as well just do this.
We were heading in the right direction. We continued to run as fast as we could.
Yeah, it's over.
We eventually found our street. By this point, we were out of breath. I made sure H got into her house, and I told her to lock the door. I then entered my home. My mom was still asleep. I didn't care. I was home. To this day, I genuinely believe both myself and H were going to be sold to unknown predators or taken.
Yeah.
Or perhaps we were going to be used for human trafficking or for sex
What
slaves.
the fuck?
Who knows? I'm just glad that I found this.
That was not a UFO story.
I don't remember seeing Caroline again after that. I remember telling my mom the story when she woke up, and of course she didn't believe me. That still hurts me, even to this day, as I know it would have been a different story if I was gone forever. A few months after the incident, we moved to another area, and although it went to the back of my mind, I'll never forget that I was abducted. Never underestimate those closest to you when you have children.
I was maybe 7 or 8 years old when this happened. I am now 22. I was in my bedroom getting ready to go to bed. My mother was in the other room, waiting for my dad to come back from work. The door of my bedroom was closed. It was summer, I'm pretty sure, because I remember having the windows open. The room was dark with no light, except for the moonlight and the light coming from our
Oh my
garden.
god, I love the moonlight.
As I lay in bed, I remember I wasn't all that tired. I wanted to stay up with
Oh
my
yeah.
parents. I looked towards the nearest wall, which is probably 30 centimeters or so from where I'm currently sitting, and I see this clear figure, slowly standing and looking at me. I start screaming my lungs out, and in a couple of seconds, which felt like an eternity for me, my parents get in, scared by my screaming. As soon as they get in, the figure disappears, and I'm looking just at the wall. I'm really scared at this point, and start crying, and I tell them everything. They decided to call the nearest priest to bless the house and me. Anyways, I remember this figure clearly, even though I was so young. The same night I described it as an alien with a black coat, like death. In fact,
Interesting.
it was kind of a little figure. Maybe only...
No, yeah, no,
1.5
that'd be
meters
scary as
tall,
hell.
Dark green, maybe even dark gray, with a black coat on his body, and a hood on his head. The eyes were long, oblique, and black. I could see his face thanks to the lights coming in through the windows. I remember a small mouth, and that's about it.
I'm tired as hell.
Weirded out by this is the fact that why would I imagine an alien this way? I mean, I have never seen movies about aliens at that point in my life. I have never been really interested, and as I remember, if you ask a kid to draw an alien, he'll probably draw you a tall alien without any clothes, you know? This is about all the details I can remember. I personally don't know what to think. If you need more information, please feel free to email me back. I'll be glad to answer anything I can. If anybody that's listening to this can give me some sort of advice on what I saw,
I'm done with Pokemon.
please let me know.
I'm done with Pokemon.
I'm almost convinced that I encountered some sort of alien or extraterrestrial being.
PC, here I go.
My name is Vince. I have had a lifelong fascination with the paranormal, especially the topic of UFOs. For years, I have always wanted my own UFO experience, but to my dismay,
I don't want my own UFO experience.
That is until about
I don't want to
6
be
years
anywhere
ago,
near a
sometime in
UFO
2013.
or
We
extraterrestrial.
were currently living in a new house. This new house is only about 5 minutes away
I'm gonna
from
say
the house
like
we
that.
moved out of.
I don't want to be near.
My daily routine at this point was to go to work,
Right? Because like
9 to 5,
aliens nowadays
then
is
come
only
home,
used to like people
eat,
that are like
and then work on the old house to get it ready to sell.
illegal, which is
One
stupid.
night, after an
It's
exceptionally
so
long
stupid.
and
It's
rough
like,
night
why is
of
that even a
working on the
word?
house, I was on my way home when I saw in the sky something that routinely is not there. I stopped to watch the object, only to see it not move at all. Now realize, this is around 1 a.m., and it's not a hot air balloon or
So hold up,
anything like
let me
that.
go to
Especially since I have never seen one in my area of Ohio. What I was looking at was an oval. It was wider than it was tall. The object, as many people explain, was not giving off light, but was illuminated, if that makes any sense. I was so tired I almost wanted to shrug it off, but I just couldn't for some reason. Not only was it way too bizarre, but what I had been wanting for the last 48 years was happening right before me. My first, and so far only, UFO sighting. To say I felt spooked would be an understatement. I got back into my car and drove the short 1,000 feet or so to get to my driveway, and to the safety of my new home. I knew there were details I was not able to see because of the way the craft was illuminated. Then it dawned on me. Nobody's gonna believe me. So, at 1:30 a.m. on a school night, I went into the house and scared my daughter and son by waking them up to witness what was in the sky. I hoped to God it would be there still, and sure enough, it was sitting right there where I left it. I am covered in goosebumps just recalling my daughter's reaction. My son was a huge skeptic, but even at the age of 12, when he witnessed it, looking back, he knows what it was. I saw fear in his eyes. He stayed out with us for about a minute or two, then went back inside. My daughter and I were almost
Wait, no, I'm
speechless.
thinking of illegals, but
It
yeah,
was
aliens
beautiful
are
in a way,
used.
but we both agreed that it gave off a feeling of
I'm like,
fear or
I'm
dread.
I'm
we
done
were not
just done with
supposed
the
to be
days.
seeing this.
Why I'm
Then it struck
fucking
me
talking out
I
loud.
should get some binoculars. I happened to know right where they were
How many
because
people
I
are
did most of
just
the boxing
chatting?
for our move. I grabbed the binoculars and was stunned at what I saw. The best I could describe it was it looked totally old on the bottom, like it was made from old clad iron ships long ago, pounded out metal, like with rivets and seams. The top looked very modern, I guess you could say. I remember it had something that resembled what I would call headlights on the back window, like some old cars. I also remember the top almost being shaped like a genie's lamp. My daughter looked through the binoculars and had a terribly similar description. Then I saw something that freaked me out even further. It now looked as though the craft was sitting on a long, thin yellowish pedestal. I could not figure out what I was now seeing. I gave the binoculars to my daughter. By the way,
Well,
she was
let me
16
add
at
the
the time.
joking name that
I
I'm
asked her
not a
to
new
explain
streamer.
to me what she saw at
Not a
this
new
time.
streamer.
What
Just
had
add that.
changed? I could hear
that's
the
like
absolute
stupid
fright and quiver in her voice.
Not a new
I will never forget what she said.
streamer.
Dad, there
It's-
is a
I'll
beam
leave
of
it
light
as
coming out from
streamer.
under whatever it is. I'm scared, Dad.
Timer,
I think we should go
streamer.
in. We could not shake that feeling of fright and the feeling that we should have never seen what we did that night. Both of our bedroom windows faced out directly where this craft could be seen. I found out later my daughter
Not a
stayed up until
new
morning on live
streamer.
video chat with her friends, absolutely terrified. After showering, I laid in bed exhausted, but overwhelmed by what we just saw. It was at this point that I noticed the craft was moving, but at such a slow rate it was undetectable until I was able to compare it to something stationary, which was my vertical windowsill. I will never...
Did I hear that correctly? The craft was moving at a slow pace. It was virtually undetectable until I could reference the position or something.
I noticed the craft was moving, but at such a slow rate it was undetectable until I was...
What does that even mean? Oh my god, guys! Oh my god, I can't measure that! Oh my god, guys, it's coming even closer! Oh my god, look at the UFO! Oh my god! Boom! What the fuck does that even mean?
Which was my vertical windowsill. I will never forget that dull, eerie pale yellow light this craft illuminated. I forgot to mention that if you held out your arm, the craft was just slightly larger than the width of your thumb, if that makes any sense. I was told later that that is quite large. Eventually, the craft traveled out of sight, and I crashed from exhaustion. I was a welder, and I knew I was going to pay the price for being up all night. It was totally worth it, in my opinion. When I got home the following morning, I called MUFON. My story must have been quite credible because I had a MUFON field rep at my door within 24 hours after my phone call.
Smooth
The rep from MUFON was extremely talented in showing me what was naturally in the sky at the very time of my experience.
Why does it do that? It's like it has like it's like a dimple.
Pictures of what I saw.
But
being as it was night and I had a lousy flip phone at the time, the pictures were not much, honestly, of any help.
What
I had planned
muscles
on
are
giving
at
my
play
UFO
there?
case number, but I had just found out you now need to have a paid membership to access this information. If you are an active member, look up Brunswick, Ohio 2013 UFO sighting. I'm pretty sure the month was April. Thank you, Swamp Dweller. Every night, almost every night, I walk my two dogs in the woods. Always between 11:30 and 1 a.m.
I want to see UFOs.
I listen to every story you put out. Although I am armed, someday I'm going to get what I am looking for. A gun is not going to help. If I ever see a gray, it's probably all over.
What a gun nut! What the fuck? I see a gray?
This story happened about 10 years ago.
What?
Every Tuesday night,
This guy's insane. He's just like, I'm gonna shoot up damn aliens.
Born daughter.
That's right. I'm gonna shoot up damn aliens.
It was a traditional thing, so we can all see each other and have a catch up.
Shoot up the wrong alien, dude.
Minutes away from our house, and we live in a small suburb about 40 kilometers from the city of Melbourne. One
Like,
night,
seriously,
whilst
he's
driving
gonna get
home on
like
the main
radiated
road,
blasted
we
or
saw two
something.
bright orange and yellow objects. They almost look like giant glowing balls. My wife claims it was only one, but I swear there were two. They were as if the sun was setting, but you could stare at those directly, and besides, the sun definitely wasn't setting around 9:30 p.m. at night.
Yeah.
They were
These
just
stories.
there, in the sky, at roughly eye level.
I'm just kidding.
We
It's
saw
being,
them all the way
annoying.
until we got home. As soon as I got
hold on.
home, I
Let me
got
check if
out
I
and
have
grabbed my Sony camcorder
notifications.
to go film them. When I got there, they were gone. Now, I drove around the area for about 5 minutes when I noticed around the corner from where I was, I saw them again. But this time they were way up in the sky, almost at the height a plane would fly. I stopped and filmed this orange object that slowly moved across the sky and then disappeared into nothing. It was such a weird and surreal experience. I tried to film it, and I saved it all into a memory card. I emailed it to you, but if the video's not good enough, feel free to let me know.
Is he gonna put the video?
I know what I saw, but I don't know what it
No
was.
video?
I'm not crazy, though
What?
I do love a good UFO story. The street we saw this on was a main road in our area. It has a park, which is where the objects we saw were floating over. The park is surrounded by housing, and across the road from the park is a Catholic school and a Catholic church. Anyways, I thought I'd share it with your show, and see if anyone has ever seen or heard anything like this before. Thanks for listening to these creepy and allegedly true alien and UFO stories. If you enjoyed these stories, please be sure to hit that like button, as it helps me out a ton. The more likes this video gets, the more YouTube promotes it in the algorithm. If you're new to the swamp, why not join us? Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications.
Now I'm just
so you
looking at
never
my
miss a new video,
stuff.
as I upload them almost every single day.
We're almost
Things
there. We're
natural
almost there. We're almost
and
there.
supernatural. If you have a story that you would like to share in a future video, whether it's a UFO story, an alien encounter, or something else, be sure to submit that at swampdweller.net or the email you can find in the description down below. I'd be honored to share your story.
Okay.
It's stories
There.
like yours that help keep this show
Oh,
going.
it was just if I had
Much
to
love and
see
appreciation to
and
my good friend, the Creepy
no,
Fox.
I had nothing to
He helped me
address
read
to,
story number
and I
2,
opened
and boy was that an
Instagram,
interesting
like,
one. If you enjoyed his voice, please be sure to subscribe to him. You can find the link to do so in the top of the description.
Okay,
If
time
you
to
guys
listen
are
to
on the
this.
go and don't have YouTube Premium, but you
Bum 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 ba-dum, bum bum. See what video we can watch. Okay, this will be urban exploring. Dun 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 bum 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 dun dun. Oh fuck! I'm not watching a 31-minute video. Oh my god! I'm not watching a 31-minute video. Dun, da, 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 da. Okay, maybe not today. But I know they're like pretty good. Dun 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 bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum. If anybody wants to choose the video, I am up for that, right? Dun 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 bum bum ba-dum 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 bum 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 bum. Are we gonna be watching so many of these stupid fucking ones, dude? Oh my god. By the way, that's just fucking. That's a crop. 16 minutes, Bizarre Bob. Please have like a 10-minute video, or if not, I'm gonna go with nukes. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, dun, 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 bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, 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 bum, bum, bum. Anyhow, that's it. So for tonight, all we're watching is Emoji Head, featured the creature. I don't think this is gory. Oh, more like it is. This one isn't. You know, this is just that, right? No, it looks like it. This is by Crypt TV. I don't think anything weird pops up. If it does, I'm in the stream, cutting that one off, and then watching the last one. You know, this is short film video, whatever it is. Okay, hold on. Let me just make sure nothing fucking weird pops up. I swear to God, if something weird pops up, I am gonna fucking just end. Oh my god, what a fucking incel. What a fucking incel.
Partner in crime. Super original, Claire.
Oh my god, this guy is so ugh. Oh my god. What the fuck? Okay, good. I'm scared of what type of pigs, dude. Whoa. Oh my god, this guy is not doing anything. He's just gesturing. Oh my god, yeah, that'd be the freakiest thing, you know, that's what happens in weird stalker stories. Also, why is the screen like that?
Lexi, night mode.
Yeah. Like, they send a picture of you, they're like, I know where you live, and that's freaky as fuck. This guy live.
Not cool, Claire. I'm not even playing right now, Claire. Come on. Where you at?
In your house, dude. Oh my god. Not gonna do anything weird, right? Yep, that's it. Just a little murder one. They also do other stuff, right? This whole series. I forget what it's called. Yeah. That fucking guy. Anyhow, next up is Nuke's Top 5, right? Because we cannot have a scary stream without watching a Nuke's Top 5 video. This is the shortest one because I want to go to sleep so bad. I haven't slept in 12 hours.
Popular former BuzzFeed Unsolved hosts Shane and Ryan are back with an all-new paranormal investigation series called Ghost Files over on their very own YouTube channel, Watcher. Now, for those of you who don't know the series,
did I say
Shane
stories?
is a
I meant
diehard
say
skeptic
videos.
who does not believe in ghosts at all. But Ryan, on the other hand, does believe in the supernatural and often finds himself scared senseless on these paranormal investigations.
Alright, apparently this is where a recurring ghost
That's
is
a
seen.
bitch.
What are you? Hey,
Oh my god, he's so loud.
You
I'm gonna lower everything.
My mic went out, and then I was looking for you.
He's crouching in here like some kind of cave creature.
And then
Yeah.
all I did was I went.
That's a bitch.
You're looking for me while grunting like a zombie.
Yeah, from here on out, it's gonna be in general videos.
Friends set out to investigate the allegedly haunted Waverly Hills Sanatorium in Louisville, Kentucky. The massive hospital was built in 1910 to treat patients suffering from tuberculosis.
Yeah, tuberculosis.
Shockingly, it is estimated
Horrible.
that around 63,000
So many people died.
people lost their lives inside the sanatorium walls. So it's no wonder that Waverly Hills is said to be one of the most haunted buildings in America, and is a site where many visitors claim to have witnessed terrifying paranormal activity. Ryan and Shane make it to the second floor of the Waverly Hills Sanatorium when they capture something truly bizarre.
Let's see.
When he growl.
Is that a fart?
Something truly bizarre.
No.
He growled.
There's noise. That was a fart. No, that came from down there.
Are you fucking kidding me? That was not a fart?
That came from down there.
Because
I'm surprised you didn't react to that more.
I thought you farted.
No.
Maybe that's what the jack-o'-lantern face was.
Was that you farting?
It was.
Oh, thank God.
Oh my God.
Oh, thank God.
Sorry, guys.
Now, of course, some sounds have more to do with bad dietary choices than the paranormal. But no worries, because things are about to get weird.
I like the humor part though. I like the humor part.
Investigators have reported hearing creepy, unexplained humming in the morgue of the
There's
Waverly
this
Hills
area
Sanatorium.
of YouTube more humanistic
Shane and Ryan
elements.
explore the area.
By humanistic,
This
like,
happens.
I can't even speak. There's a more human element.
Come on, just a hum. You don't even have to move your lips around. Just give it a.
If you could hum a tune, can you hum?
How does Peter laugh?
That's probably the
Fucking
one song
Bobby.
they knew back then.
Something like that, right? It is so cursed already. His body's so cursed. I can't laugh.
Take it away.
Like, you all can tell I'm done. I'm just like not even reacting to whatever they're doing. Oh God, when did you see your Peter's laugh back at you through the fucking what is it called? The recording device thing? Or you just hear wait, it's SpongeBob. That's not even SpongeBob. Oh my God. I'm so fucking dead on the inside right now. You just hear how does Peter sound again? I don't even know. You just hear something like that. He's so fucking funny.
Do I think it's a ghost? No. Do you?
Yes.
Fully, yeah. I'd say if I were someone who believed in ghosts, I'd be a little unnerved right now. I'd probably get the little shaky knees.
My back is tingling. Could you, whoever was humming, could you hum again, please?
Jesus. I don't
We
know.
didn't hear anything on that one. Tell
Guess
you what.
we won't hear Quagmire, right? Go.
Why don't we move to the spirit?
There was another.
What, really?
Yeah.
Tell you what.
I swear to God, in between you talking there.
I didn't hear it. Thank God, I didn't hear it.
Something seems to react to the investigators' requests and hums not once, but twice.
What about the
Shane
third
and Ryan are
time?
a little on edge from
What
they
type
just
of demon is
experienced.
this?
And to
Does it
this
mock the
day,
Holy
they still have
Trinity?
no
What the
explanation
fuck?
for the creepy sounds.
Man,
Now,
what type
for
of
the final
bootleg
part of
Ghost
the
Adventures fucking
investigation, the
demon
guys
is
decided
this?
they will each explore the entire sanatorium, one
Oh
at
my
a
God.
time and all alone. When Shane does his walkthrough investigation of the hospital, he just kind of cracks jokes and trash talks.
Also, the camera is just like so weird. This is just like that camera base or the way the camera is positioned. It's just like
You little punk!
I actually have always
without me moving my neck.
if the reason why Shane never gets anything in his solo investigation.
It's just like moving like that, right? It looks so weird.
He's an enormous d-bag.
I love kids. I love to play games. What I need you to do is roll your ball to me. Where's my Timmy? To me!
And yeah, he's just an enormous d-bag. It's just confirmed.
If you don't show yourself, I'm going to make you show yourself to me!
But something very strange also
Oh
happened.
my God, the light.
When Shane finally makes his way back to Ryan and the rest of the team, he admits that at some point he believed he might not have been alone.
No manches.
Oh yeah, was it really scary?
Was alone?
I did actually hear some stuff. For a minute there, I thought you were up there, like trying to prank me. So I didn't actually react to it in the moment, but it sounded like a
No
person
much.
walking
No
around.
much.
But I guess not.
Are you serious? Did that actually happen upstairs? Because if that didn't happen, that's your best lie you've ever come up with.
No, it actually happened. It sounded like there was a person upstairs.
It turns out
Shane wasn't lying.
Do you want to play?
May the power of Christ compel you.
Y'all want to play a f***ing game?
Did you see it? Watch again slower.
Do you want to play?
Where? What is this music? I bet just chills. Excuse me, Nukes gets fucking scared. And yeah, no, that does look fuck that.
Sick. A creepy translucent figure can be seen standing behind Shane in a doorway.
Could be missed though.
Shane doesn't see the apparition, but
like, I see the face, but like it's just me seeing the face.
At the exact
not
same
the body.
moment. So could this be the spirit of a former patient of Waverly Hills Sanatorium?
Or
As
maybe bad
always,
editing.
I leave it up to you to decide. You can watch this entire investigation and many more spooky videos of Shane and Ryan exploring haunted places over on the YouTube channel Watcher.
What is the vector that produces this shit?
If you found a great ghost video
That's what I'm thinking of right now.
recorded one yourself, please
What is the
send it my way
direction
at
of these vectors?
nukestopbuys@gmail.com.
Now,
Not clowning around.
oh my god, not clowning around.
TikTok user Jacob explains in his videos that he's recently inherited his grandmother's house after
Oh,
she
wow.
passed away. But Jacob says that he can't shake the strange feeling that something in the old house just doesn't want him there. And then things just get weirder because Jacob finds a creepy old
it just
Jester
got really
doll
cool.
that belonged to his grandmother.
I can open the window, but not anymore.
She left it for me, and when I got here, I saw a bunch of cool stuff. And one of the best things is right behind here. Oh yeah.
That's fucking sick. Holy shit.
Grandma left him for me, I guess.
Like that, though?
Kinda cute, though.
Jacob says that when he was a child, the sight of the doll used to terrify him. But he says it.
But he's in such a good condition, though.
But then, late one night, Jacob wakes up to hear knocking coming from his bedroom closet.
I just heard knocking from the closet.
My guy. Why is he just like... He's just like... Why? Make him look through a window. Makes him less nerve-wracking, you know? Or makes the nerves move less. The door's just gonna burst open.
Did you see it? The Jester doll's head has turned.
Yeah.
Before, it was facing the bed, but now it is staring right at Jacob as he closes the closet door. Almost as if it's keeping an eye on him. Jacob says that he didn't even realize that the doll had moved at the time.
Oddly, I don't find that scary.
When looking back at his
Almost like calming. It's weird.
Could it be that Jacob's grandmother's home is haunted? Could there be an entity attached to the creepy Jester?
Maybe, but I don't think it's like negative. If he sleeps like that in her house, it's probably not negative.
CBS Paranormal sets out all alone to explore the so-called, quote, pirate's graveyard.
You know, I'll be honest. Oh shit, already? We're already that fucking far in? Holy shit. What was it to say? I feel like if I had a house like that, I would always take the rooms with all the windows, right? I would never take a windowless room, just because that's my nature. I like a room with like sunlight and stuff like that. It's so beautiful, man. but like in that case, a room with like maybe like a toy or something like that, it wouldn't be that bad if it's windowless, right? Because it keeps you company and a little sane.
In Portland, England,
than having like
the scenic
white walls or
cemetery was
something
built
crazy
way
like
back
that,
in
right?
1475 and has gotten its odd nickname from the many gravestones that feature carvings of skulls and crossbones. Christine finds herself completely alone when suddenly something happens that she still can't explain
Cool area.
to this day.
Completely out of the way, so nobody. Oh, hello. Oh. What? Hello? Sure, I saw somebody shouted hello then, or said hello.
Christine is all alone when she hears something behind her, and
I
as
couldn't even hear it. What the fuck?
she hears a woman nearby clearly say hello.
Yeah.
Completely out of the way, so nobody. Oh, hello. Oh. Oh, hello. Oh, hello.
There's something in the bushes. I feel like there is.
A bit shocked, she immediately answers back hello, but there's no one there. In fact, there's not even anyone else in the entire area that she's exploring. So could it be that the Pirates' Graveyard in Portland, England is haunted by the ghosts of those who are laid to rest there? Let
Maybe.
me know. The devil down below. This next creepy video was recorded on an allegedly cursed river in Indonesia. Now, many locals claim that a strange creature lives in this river and surfaces only after dark to prey on its victims. So, in the dead of night, 4 friends set out to attempt to capture video evidence of this alleged mysterious creature. The guys drift along the river in their boat for hours until they see something in the water near an abandoned shipwreck. What happens next is downright terrifying.
What the fuck? That was a hand. It could be like a weird lizard or reptile or something.
What looks like a pale hand with long webbed fingers quickly splashes out of the water and snatches at a plastic bottle floating
That's a
on the
cryptid,
surface.
dude. Oh my god.
It just disappears back into the murky depths from which it came. The 4 friends believe they might have captured the infamous water creature that is said to live in the river. But what do you think?
What is it called though? Is there more context?
Behind
Yeah, I caught Lolo Rona.
from Fresno, California is coming home
I
late
caught
one
Lolo
evening
Rona, and that's
when he
it. That's
suddenly
all you
hears
say.
something right behind
It's like, who's Lolo Rona?
doorbell camera
And
captures
what about
something
her? How does she look?
downright
What does
chilling.
she do? Is she like your friend or something? You know what I mean? That's like the opposite of what happened there, though. They caught something, but they don't explain it. It could have been an alligator for all I know. Hang on. No, I feel like he probably
A dark
didn't see a
shadow-like
ghost.
figure can be seen walking from left to right behind Connor. Suddenly it appears again, but now a lot closer. Connor hears something behind him and quickly turns around, but sees no one there. When he checks his doorbell security camera, he sees the bizarre dark figure and realizes that perhaps something was following him. But what do you think is going on here? Is it real, or is it all just an elaborate hoax?
It's all an elaborate
You
hoax.
decide.
I decide.
Thank you so much for watching. As I say
You're welcome.
again and again, my upload schedule is crazy, all over the place. So
Oh, it's
please
fine.
subscribe and turn on notifications so you'll always know immediately when a new video is posted. And you can also follow me on the Instagram there, and on the Twitter there, and on the
TikTok.
Click on one of these links for more scary videos, and hopefully I'll see you back here again next time.
Okay, so that's it. So thank you for everybody that came by, because I'm gonna start thanking everybody for coming by again. I want you to say thank you, Bunny, for coming by. And what was I gonna say? From here on out, I think I'm just gonna be streaming scary stories videos, like Nuke's Top 5, right? And Pokemon or Splatoon, or maybe some other game. I don't remember. Until like the end of October, pretty much. And then we'll get started with PVZ again. Metroid. And yeah, and hopefully we get started with Pokemon too. I want to add too much and like not finish, right? But yeah. Thank you all so much for going by. Seriously, thank you. I just wanted to say that. And, again, the videos are the scary streams are gonna get more in general, right? I probably won't stream for the whole week until maybe Saturday, and even Saturday is like questionable as to whether I will stream because it's my sister's birthday, right? So I'll probably wait till like Sunday. Sunday's probably the day I'll be able to stream. If not, Monday's the day. Monday's the Halloween stream. It has to be the day I stream. I'll try to stream as soon as I can. It'll probably be a short stream, 4 hour stream, general video and videos, whatever videos I want to react to. Probably gonna be urban exploration or something like that. And yeah. The next stream is probably gonna be a scary stream. Uh, but maybe we'll watch this urban exploration or something. Scary urban exploration would be cool if we can find it. Otherwise, I don't know. It'll be in general. But that's what I'm saying. It's probably in general because there's not that many like scary urban exploration videos. At that point, they're just exploring a fucking haunted building, and what's the evidence? Like, I found a haunted house. Now there's this poltergeist in here, right? Or like, hi guys, welcome to Las Vegas haunted house. Or like, I was exploring the Nevada desert, and suddenly I found La Llorona. Right, right. Let's say it like that, just to think about La Llorona, the Llorana, the Llorana. Didn't they have like a movie on it or something like a weird? I remember like I want to say like when would that have been like 2018? Like recently, basically like maybe 3, 2, 1, 4, 5, 6 years ago or something. Anyhow, let's be just so today we learned about the general stuff. Everything's connected, right? Maybe not so much true crime and like ghost stuff, though. There is a lot of like weird occultism around certain events, and then borderline conspiracies, as we saw today with like the Dulce base, right? Unimaginable. That just bedtime stories is not their fault, but they basically presented a fucking fantasy. They did not present anything factual for that second part. The first part was just the ramblings of, I want to say, crazy people, or maybe even like people that are just trying to make up shit, right? And that's all it was. That's all it was. It was just made up stuff, right? And it's crazy because you can continue talking, but conspiracies are conspiracies. People will believe them with even knowing that the facts are wrong. And yeah, I can't do much on that behalf. And then there's like the cryptid creatures, whatever the fuck you want to call them. There's so many of them. Aliens are part of it. Shadow people are part of it. Not so much. They're just their own category. There's also like otherworldly beings that we didn't get into, but it would basically be me searching up on Google how to astral project, how to control your dreams, how to travel dimensions, how to meditate, right? And at that point, it's like it's beyond the scope of even the paranormal to some degree, and more to like the mind, and that's out of my realm. I don't deal with those dealings. If you catch my drift, no, but like it's almost like different, like entirely different. That's like the part I'm least like I guess educated on. It's like, dude, like I said, like so many people on like Reddit or whatever the fuck they post their creepypastas, stories, whatever they are. They just tag along. So they take the concept of a skinwalker. That's something I said I was gonna watch, but not at this point. It's a little too late, right? But the point is, they take the concept of the skinwalker. They almost modify it to make it into its own completely different thing, away from like the Navajo people who have the concept for a reason, right? and just transform it into like a glorified werewolf. You know what I mean? It's insane. Um, there's so many similar stories about skinwalkers where that happens, right? And where I'm taking this point is that likewise with Oscar's projection, it's just the Wild West. You know what I mean? Everybody's mind plays different things. If you base your story on fact, if the stories, most of them on the internet are just like, my mind started bleeding hyper realistic blood. When I looked at the alien, it looked back at me. It tried to steal my body. I fought tooth and nail. The anchor, it suddenly appeared in front of me, and that's when I took the portal back to the real dimension. I will never be astral projecting again. Right? That's a whole fucking story I just threw out on my ass right now. You know what I mean? Like, it's so easy to make because like you can just say whatever it's whatever goes. And to some point, at some point, it is a creative outlet, right? And at another point, it's just like an outlet to be like, okay, I just don't want to hear this anymore, or rather, man, this is such a downer thing. Why am I even listening to it, right? Which sucks, especially if it is a true event. There's like a lot I can get into there, but my point is half baked at this point. You know, there's so many scary. Okay, there's like the real scary stories, right? Those are like very interesting, but most they can be real Debbie Downers, right? Then there's like the down real fake stories. Then there's like the narrative driven ones that are made by like people that are like super into writing like me, right? That just make shit up on the spot. And then there's the people that just like, and they're gifted, right? And they maybe like delivered like rightfully to the source material. And then there's people that just write because I like werewolves. So let's make this about a werewolf story. I was in rural Kansas. There were so many stories that my aunt told me about werewolves. One of them was that she shot a werewolf with the silver bullet. That's right. But I never believed her. She always displayed that silver bullet in a little display case. One day, I noticed that my aunt was no longer in her house. This is because she had just mysteriously disappeared. So, rightfully so, I looked at her will, and there it said that I get to keep the house, and in case she went missing, I get to keep even more of her stuff. What a lucky transaction, right? Blah blah, blah 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 blah, right? Weird shit like that. You just continue going down a rabbit hole. All these things that I'm talking about, and all these half-baked points, are rabbit holes in their own, respects. Basically, you know, it's such an interesting thing that the internet is because you can just search up deep web videos and give you the fucking fakest deep web videos out there, right? On YouTube. Or you can go looking for them yourselves and fall into this weird, almost trap like algorithm of just, I gotta read the next story, I gotta listen to the next story, I gotta watch the next scary video, right? And it's insane. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is don't be me, don't fall for these stories, and have a good night and day. And overall they have different themes. They're good ish. Depends on which I guess like on how the story was built. Because like if you make a scary story that revolves around Donald Trump saving the world, that's bullshit. That's already bullshit, right? Like if you make a scary story revolving around Joe Biden or Savior Dark Brandon, that's a thumbs up. Anyhow, with that, I don't even know where I'm going with this, but the point is, I'm having fun, right? I love listening to these, but like I said, there are some Debbie Downers, and those I tried to skip. Right, the Halloween one, I think like a week ago. Jesus, that one was like horrible. I almost just wanted to end the stream there and just be like, no, I'm not listening to this anymore. Ay, ay, ay. Anyhow, today was a nice stare because I got to talk about a lot of topics that were related to each other, right? But at the same time, were more, I guess, paranormal, right? Because like the true crime stuff, it's its own thing almost as well. But like with the scary stories that are more real based, or like wake up like basically where people get broken into, or people break into their houses and stuff like that. Those are like more like true crime section, like closer to that. And like I said, those are sad. Those are real sad. And today we didn't see that many because or rather, yeah, we didn't see any. And maybe like the fucking the last video we watched, right? The one with the emoji face, that counts ish. Like that's it's on the topic, like, you know, it's just in general, right? So today was in general was just to link up loose phones, hopefully. Maybe I do have a few, gaps there. And I'll admit, this time I wasn't even rushing it. It was more like I just forgot to mention certain points because I was so damn tired of my week. Um, Seriously, 8 classes is no joke. So yeah, I'll see you all later. You know, I'm gonna make fun of these stories sometimes. It's just because like it's like I already know where they're going, or you know what I mean, or like they're just so cliche. They're like, I went to the grocery store and you wouldn't believe what I found. My favorite box is cereal. You know what I mean? It's like okay, it's like okay. Some of them like or like they're just so redundant where they're like super hyper realistic, extra extreme, real red looking goo like blood, right? And it's just condense that, right? It's just funny to poke fun at that. And most of the stories that are like ghost based, I just don't take as fact, right? Like like I mentioned earlier, to the people, maybe not writing them just these stories, but that experience these stories, right? The truth is those experiences are real to them, and there's no denying them of that experience because at the end of the day, they have traumas with it, or they've very well just experienced with it and have become seasoned at I don't know, fucking feeling negative energy. I don't know how to explain that. But like you know what I mean, right? Basically, it's real for them, very real, right? Likewise, I try to like maybe not poke too much fun at that, right? Like the ghost did this or the ghost did that. But to me, it's more or less the fact that most stories just sound like a broken record. you know, like it sounds like they're repeating their last story they read or a similar story that they read, and that's why I find it hard to believe in these stories because they're so similar. But just because there's a large quantity of such stories doesn't mean that they exist. It implies there's something there, but not necessarily that it's ghosts or demons. Because in my life experience, right, obviously, you know, sure I've seen weird shit like that, but I chalk it up to psychological experiences, which is true. Looking back at it, that fat man that I saw go through the doors, it's almost like my mind warped the door into like did this warping effect, and then the guy just got through. And it was cartoony too, so it was maybe a form of an imaginary friend or the rumblings of some sort of under not underdiagnosed, undiagnosed condition that I had earlier on or something like that, right? And then like later in life with the stories that I've experienced and the things that I've experienced, I know there are sleep paralysis and my sister's experience, family and stuff like that, right? They're actual experiences, but you know, are they ghosts? I don't think so. At least in my experience. But for everybody else, hopefully, you're in a better place and stuff like that, right? If it is a ghost or whatever. Like I said, I really don't. It's like I make fun of them, but like that's not to say that like I'm trying to distract from their credibility or anything like that. Some of them are just outright incorrect. Like they're like misleading and like just feel the fingers around from that person that wrote that. Like just like you gotta listen to this, right? Almost feel that, and it's a weird feeling to explain because it's almost like it's fabricated or it's not coming from a place of truth, right? in the case of exaggerated events and sensationalized events, right? Yeah, yeah. I don't know how else I can wrap this up because there's so much I can get into. I can talk about this for like an hour, but it's better for me to write it down because at the moment my mind has these ideas like this rather than like this, right? It's almost unifying them, but like not. But yeah, that's all I wanted to talk about. So yeah, thank you all so much for coming by. It's almost 1 a.m. So I'll see y'all later. Good night, day, whatever it is. And yeah, bye everybody. I will be like I said, I won't be back until like maybe I won't be back until maybe like next Saturday, and even then, like I said, yeah. Again, thank you everybody for coming by, and thank you again for the follow button. And yeah, and you get into Twitch and stuff like that. I don't really care. For the moment, it's just me videotaping my life. Even though it is just me sitting down at a chair most of the time. Maybe like one day I'll like make it so like it's up. Yeah. Like far away from where I live, you know? Yeah. Bye everybody. I'll see you later. Bye. And next topic will just be a general topic. There'll be like some urban exploring. Most of the maybe like 3 or 4 videos or something like that. Just because like, you know, it's gonna be a chill day. And you know, it's just in general. There's not that many scary videos out there, and if there is, there's like my belief. Yeah. So bye everybody. Especially because like you know, editing software is just so it's so easy to just put those behind me. No, like I'm not even kidding. Like you know, filters. Had I not revealed that I had a filter on, and suddenly I'm just like, what the fuck is going on with my settings? And just have gone like this. I'd have been like, oh my god, guys, look at my skeleton. This is not a skeleton. This is. It almost looks like an X-ray, but it's just my big ass nose, and it's like blue over here. And then my glasses. You all see that? I could have been like, holy shit, that's a ghost. You know, to the untrained eye, it would have seemed like a ghost for a split second, right? Or even done even more. Obviously, like this made it seem more realistic. So, like, you know, maybe this color ratio, and just put something behind me or something crazy. But yeah, anyhow, that's why I say it's usually fake when it's a video tape, right? Because like, you know, it's easy to fabricate. In the case of the alligator hand in this video and the next one, I think it is an alligator. It's some sort of like reptile or something. No way. It's like a weird like urban legend thing. Like a mermaid or something crazy like that. And yeah. The green cam one, for example, that one kind of like edited. I don't know. Or maybe even glitched out. Who knows? So much that goes into that because these cameras run 24/7. And you know, when you have a device running that long, basically there's bound to be errors that come up because of the power expenditure. And then like you have to charge these devices too. It gets hectic and messy and stuff. No, I can get more into that. Maybe I don't know. Q&A. Question a computer engineer. Oh, I'll see you all later for reals this time. Bye everybody. And again, I have so many thoughts.